kababaihan. Ngunit kung tayo'y saktan parang walang hanggan. Bakit nga ba? Nakaguhit sa ating mukha na tayong lahat ay biktima ng kalupitan, karahasan, pilit tayong dinadapa. Isang bilyong babae ang babangon. Ito na ang ating panahon. Bangon, babae, bangon. Ito na ang ating panahon. Itaas ang kamay, itaas ang kamay, at tayo'y lalaban ng sabay-sabay. Bawat tindak, bawat galaw, buong kataway sumisigaw. Bangon, babae, bangon. Ito na ang ating panahon. Isang bilyong babae ang babangon. Ito na ang ating panahon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us today. I am Hannah Mupula, and I am your MC for today's webinar for the kick-off program for the 18-day campaign to end violence against women and children. And we would like to acknowledge the presence of our Executive Director and Provost, Dr. Leia, and the rest of the faculty members of PNU South Luzon, administrative staff, students, and of course, our resource speakers for today. Now, let us begin the program with an invocation.
As we observe the 18-day campaign to end violence against women, or VAW, from November 25th to December 12th, we ask you, Lord, to look with kindness upon all of us who are gathered here. Fill our hearts and minds with love, wisdom, and courage as we face our daily lives. We pray for all women and girls who suffer from domestic violence, rape, incest, sexual harassment, trafficking, prostitution, and other forms of violence. May they have the courage to break their silence, find protection, healing, and justice. We pray for the perpetrators of VAW, that they may learn to respect women and girls and stop the violence. O loving Father and Mother, send us your Spirit so that everything that we do will be done with love and respect for our fellow humans. Regardless of age, sex, ethnicity, and ability, O powerful God, develop in us a high regard for the thoughts, feelings, and experiences of everyone, and bestow on us the capacity to promote, protect, and fulfill the rights of women and girls. Almighty Creator, grant us the strength to stand up against all forms of violence happening to women and girls, the sharpness to recognize a silenced victim of VAW, the courage to speak up against VAW, the resourcefulness to help a victim of VAW, and the resolve to never commit any form of VAW. For all of this, we implore your guidance. Amen.
Before we begin, may I have a few reminders of our house rules for today's program. First, make sure your microphone is turned off. Second, you may turn on or off your video. 3, you may write your questions in the chat box and will be addressed by the speaker. For those who are participating via the YouTube Live, you may type your questions in the comment section and will be addressed during the open forum. Don't interrupt someone who is talking. 6, during the open forum, you may use the raise hand button and wait until you are recognized before you speak up. And lastly, recording of the webinar is not allowed. Ayan. So we promote safe spaces. Now, without further ado, let us have the opening remarks from the Executive Director and Provost, Dr. Leia Amor S. Cortez.
Okay, good afternoon to all. So, naririnig ba ako, Ms. Hannah?
Yes, po, loud and clear.
Thank you very much. To our distinguished guest speakers, Dr. Gina Opiniano, and sorry, did I mention it right? And Dr. Louie Benedict Ignacio. To our inspirational speakers, Dr. Maria Sheila Simat and Ms. Tricia Corpuz, colleagues, students, and other guests. On behalf of the PNUSL, I'd like to welcome you all to this kick-off event for the 18-day campaign to end the violence against women. Eliminating violence against women must be our common effort and can be our common achievement. Okay, so this is an issue that concerns us all, not only women. Okay, involves us all as well, and it requires concerted and urgent actions. Achievements for gender equality and women empowerment will be negated if we allow violence against women to persist. Filipino women and girls are at risk of violence when carrying out their essential daily needs or activities within their homes, while walking or taking public transport, and even simple activities or daily activities. It occurs not only in our country, okay, so not only in some contexts, but in all contexts and settings. And it is one of the most pervasive violation of human rights. Ending violence against women is not about demanding exceptional treatment to women. It is just simply about letting women live safely and with dignity. Today, we will be hearing more about the characteristics and other things about violence against women from our guest speakers. This is just a start of more events of our GAD office headed by Professor Brenda Villamor. And I would like to express my advance congratulations and sincere thanks for the efforts for this meaningful event. So sit back and let us all experience an informative and worthwhile afternoon. Magandang hapon po ulit.
Thank you very much, Dr. Leia. What we want is a equal and safe space for women. There are some questions sa chat box. They're asking how to change their Zoom backgrounds. If you already have the copy or the JPEG format or the PNG format of our virtual background, if none yet, you have to download it. And then, kapag meron na kayong copy, punta kayo sa settings, na may tutorial tayo. Quick tutorial lang sa settings, and then select the background and filters. And then you have to upload it there. Ayan, tapos diretso na siyang mag-set as your virtual background. And you have to mirror your video para hindi baliktad yung letters dun sa ating virtual background. I hope that helps. Okay, thank you. Also, the virtual background is available here sa ating group chat. So if you want to change your background, go ahead. It will only take 1 to 2 minutes. So at this juncture, may I call on the brains of this series of webinars, the head of the Gender and Development Office, Professor Brenda B. Villamor, to introduce to us the first of our 4 speakers. Let's have a round of applause for Professor Brenda.
Yeah, good afternoon to everyone. So let me share my screen. We are very much honored to have with us experts in gender and development who will be speaking to us about the gender and development this afternoon. So our first speaker is Dr. Gina A. Opiniano, who is a faculty member of the Department of Philosophy Faculty of Arts and Letters in the Graduate School of the University of Santo Tomas, and a project-based research consultant at the Philippine Institute for Development Studies. She obtained her undergraduate degree in political science from St. Louis University and her master's degree in philosophy from the University of the Philippines, Diliman. She finished her doctorate degree in philosophy at the University of Santo Tomas. And she also served as Dean of the Office of Student Affairs and College Secretary of the College of Liberal Arts of the Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila, where she taught for 10 years. Her research interests include feminist philosophy, gender studies, gender and development, existentialism or phenomenology, and policy analysis. She is a board member of the Philosophical Association of the Philippines and Pathway Center for Lifelong Learning. She is a founding member of Women Doing Philosophy, and her being part of this responds to her goal to contribute to gender mainstreaming in education, and in particular, to increase the presence and contribution of more women in philosophy in the Philippines, such as her current project called the Syllabi Gender Gap. So let's listen to the topic to be delivered to us by Dr. Gina A. Opiniano, entitled Research-Driven God Programs and the 18-Day Campaign to End VAWC. So let's welcome Dr. Opiniano. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Brenda. Good afternoon. God afternoon, as they say. God afternoon once again. PNU South Luzon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you again, dear students, faculty members, to our Executive Director and Provost, Dr. Leah. Thank you very much for being with us today, for gracing us with your presence. So today we kick off the 18-day campaign to eliminate the violence against women and children. And if you're on social media, you'll see that there's a lot of institutions that have been doing their part in order to participate in the commemoration of the 18-day campaign to end violence against women and children. I wish I could also use the virtual background. Unfortunately, I think hindi magwo-work sa aking device yung virtual background. But I appreciate the effort of the organizers to be able to come up with this creative virtual background. Thank you very much. So let me just go to the slides where I can share my presentation. So with the limited time that I have, I'll be sharing to you some inspirations or some accounts on how to do research on God. Hold on. Okay, just a few minutes. Just 1 minute. Hold on. Sorry, for some reason I cannot share screen, but I should be able to do that. Let me check.
Mom Brenda, can we proceed to the playing of the 18-day campaign videos for now while I'm trying to figure out how to fix my device, please? Thank you.
Sige, ma'am. For a while.
Thank you once again. That was anticlimactic. So good afternoon once again to PNU South Luzon. Thank you for your presence this afternoon. So we would like to appreciate your sparing us your time this day for a discussion on an important topic or an element of gender and development. So for today's talk, I will be focusing on the role of research in gender and development as part of our participation or your institution's participation on the commemoration of the 18-Day campaign to end VAWC. So once again, I am Gina Opiniano of Pathways Center for Lifelong Learning Incorporated and the University of Santo Tomas, and I'm happy to be sharing the stage with a colleague, a friend, who's also talking about research on gender and development. So this year's theme, as part of the 6-year campaign for the 18-Day campaign to end VAWC, is Filipino Marespeto, Safe Spaces, Kasali Tayo. So we're focusing our discussion on fostering safe space for everyone. And I'm glad that the program started with some guidelines on safe spaces. So please, dear members of the audience, please consider this platform as your safe space. So you're free to share your ideas, your thoughts, and we want to be able to also respect you in whatever it is that you will be sharing later on. So you can utilize the chat box for any feedback or comments or questions. Just go ahead, raise your concerns or questions in the chat, and we will address them hopefully during the allotted time. So part of the PCW challenge to the Philippine community is the question, paano kaya kung safe ang lahat ng espasyo mula sa pang-aabuso? So this is a challenge of the PCW to all of us to participate in the discussion on fostering safe spaces. So ang tanong sa atin ay, ano ang kwentong safe, hashtag sana all safe spaces mo? So ano yung kwento mo? So you may want to use again the chat for your thoughts on this. Now, today's talk will bank on or will premise on the principle of respect. As we want to foster safe space for everyone, please know that we will be acting according to the principles of respect. So that means, among others, validate and support the ideas, feelings, or experiences of others. Strive to learn about experiences other than your own. So respect begets respect, sabi nga nila. I hope you don't mind me speaking in Filipino from time to time, especially when discussions would call for it, particularly on the application of the topic for today. So the first question that I ask each one of, I want you to think about is, ano ba ang problema? What is the problem? So we're going to begin with this question to identify what possible areas of undertakings we can do in the conduct of research on God. So ano ba ang problema? Let's try to recall some instances, or if there is any instance in the past that you have witnessed a situation where a woman or a girl or a female is being catcalled, being called high sexy in public, or being wolf whistled in public, or being called whatever names in public. Do you remember that circumstance na merong nangyaring ganon sa isang kababaihan, o maaaring sa inyo rin o sa mga kakilala ninyo? Instances when girls or women would be called sexy, maganda, chicks, or whatever other labels, and even just the mere gaze of the stranger, usually the male, it would count as a form of catcalling in the context of our law, a form of sexual harassment. How about instances when you've heard in the news or read in the social media instances or narratives of violence against women. They come, as indicated here, they come in various forms. In fact, may 4 na klase ng violence na nakastipulate sa batas natin na Republic Act 9262. And that's physical, psychological, economic, and sexual. All of these are examples or accounts of violence against women and their children. And how about stories of violence in the context of the pandemic? Do you recall any sharing to you by a friend or by someone who've heard something in the news about his or her experience of violence in the context of the pandemic? The thing is, there is this shadow pandemic that we might not be recognizing is happening along with the COVID-19 pandemic. And it exacerbates because of a lot of factors. So itong mga bagay na to ay mga bagay na pwede nating masabing problema sa society natin. Isa sa mga bagay na nakikita kong pinagmulan nito, or one of the roots of this issues of violence would be the social system, of course, of patriarchy. So the social system where there is dominance of male over the female, of men over the women, thereby creating inequality, thereby resulting to a lot of impacts of discrimination, exploitation, marginalization, oppression, and violence. And isa sa mga manifestations ng impacts ng patriarchy ay yung pagsabi sa atin ng kung sino man na kababae mong tao, ganyan ka, kumilos, ganyan ka magsalita, ganyan ka kumain, at kung ano pa man. O kaya naman, sa part naman ng mga kalalakihan, kalalaki mong tao, umiiyak ka na parang babae o para kang kumilos, para kang babae kung kumilos. And all of these, now simple expressions, o pwedeng remark lang sa'yo, pero consciously and unconsciously ito ay directly or indirectly nakaka-perpetuate siya sa inequality na existing sa society. So we start with this context because I'd like to lay down the facts, the reality in our society, that there are issues of vulnerabilities, there are issues of oppression, and that there is a big problem that needs to be solved. And we want to be able to contribute to solving the problem by doing something based on our capacities and capabilities. And that would be, in one of the ways would be to do research. So my general objective would be to, because this is a series of activities, and after this kick-off activity, meron pa tayong mga iba pang gagawin. So we want that not only faculty members, but also students will be able to identify GAD or VAW issues and produce research on gender and development as basis for planning, implementation, and monitoring of programs, projects, and activities. So that is our overall objective for this entire commemoration of the 18-day campaign against VAWC. Now, I will focus on the following talking points. So there are 3 parts of my discussion. There will be a discussion on the basis, bakit ba natin kailangan gumawa ng research, or who cares, or who says we should do research. Areas of GAD research based on existing policies, and of course, ilang mga pwede nating pagbasihan ng mga topics or sample research, completed research, or works in progress on GAD research. Now, first things first, to jumpstart the discussion, I have a couple of questions, and I'd like you to please respond to this invitation to share your ideas, or what is one word that you can share to describe GAD. So sabi ko kanina, GAD afternoon. GAD stands for Gender and Development. Ano ang one word, if you can condense your ideas about GAD, what is that one word that you can associate with GAD? So please share in the chat your thoughts or your ideas about GAD. Students, And faculty members, even administrators are invited to share their ideas in the chat, or you can quickly unmute and articulate your one word. Okay, Ma'am Iona is there once again. Hi, Ma'am Iona. Nice to see you again. Her word is empowering with matching star. What else? What else? God, gender and development. O sino sa inyo ang first time lang marinig ito? Pwedeng mag-raise hand kung first time ko lang pong marinig ang God. Ano ba yung tungkol sa God na yan? Well, so far we have one word, empowering and inclusivity. So these are two powerful terms to describe actually what could be the implication of gender and development. I'll talk about that a little more later on. How about, makaka-relate ang mga estudyante dito, lalo na yung mga fourth year students, yung mga nagre-research na, ano ba ang na-associate nyo sa salitang research? Doesn't have to be an adjective, could be any word na tuwing naririnig mo ang research, ano yung usually pumapasok sa isip mo? Ano yung usually na-ascribe mo dito? Anything, any feeling, any thoughts, kahit na positive or negative, you will not be judged, you will not be condemned. That's okay, you can freely share your ideas. So ano ang isang salita naman that you would use to describe research? Research. Okay, we'll give you a few more seconds, maybe 15 seconds to think of your single word for research. Ryan said knowledge. Thank you. Yes, knowledge. Knowledge generation, enlightenment. And what else? Those who are in YouTube may also want to share their thoughts. Information. And probably one more word, innovation. All of these are components or elements of research. So knowledge, enlightenment, information, and innovation. Thank you very much for your responses. Now, let's go to the idea of gender and development. The image that you see here is an image of a developed community. Okay, a developed community is usually associated with the presence of buildings, structures, economic growth. What else? Improvement of infrastructures. In our case, in the province, for example, the presence of a food chain or a famous establishment would be a manifestation of development. That's how we usually, ito yung konteksto ng development in the economic context. Now, pag-usapan natin yung gender and development na maaaring hindi familiar sa mga estudyante. When we say gender and development, we are talking about the development that involves not only the males or the females, but also development for everyone. So when we talk about development, translated usually in Filipino as pag-asenso, ang pag-asenso ay dapat sakop niya ang kababaihan at kalalakihan. Therefore, if you want development, we should not only be males are not the only ones who should be concerned about this. Neither the females the only ones who should be concerned about this. It must benefit both men and women. Hence, it is everybody's concern. So I'm coming from this discussion because gender and development is the goal of the 18-day campaign. Kaya naman tayo merong taon-taon at hindi tumitigil, halos hindi tumitigil ang mga opisina ni na Ma'am Brenda at ng Philippine Commission on Women sa pag-initiate ng activities on gender and development ay para marating natin ang tinatawag na gender equality. Some may even doubt, posible bang ma-achieve ang gender equality? Ang sagot ko dyan ay oo. Now, gender and development is the development perspective and process that is participatory. So this is not the idea of development that is outside of the individual. It's rather participatory, and the goal is to empower, to attain equity, and to attain freedom from violence, among others. Kaya siya gender and development. And in order to do that, we have to talk about various issues of the matter. This includes understanding the difference between and among basic concepts of gender and development. In one of the sessions last Saturday, the students, the first year students, the first year students of PNU South Luzon were able to take part of the gender sensitivity training, and they were introduced with the basic concepts of God. That's one of the facets of God. Maliban dyan, pinag-uusapan din sa God ang issues related to gender or sex, which was the starting discussion of my talk this afternoon. Maliban din sa issues ay kung ano yung mga pwedeng magawa para ma-address yung mga issues. So we're actually covering all three aspects. Okay? We've talked about the basic concepts, na-educate ang mga estudyante, pinag-usapan doon ng issues. We're going to talk about issues, and we're going to think of something that we can do to address these gender-related issues, at least in our context. Okay? Now, on the part of research naman, we talk about research as a creative and systematic or organized way to increase, so tama yung sinabi kanina, no, the stock of knowledge. So we add something to the body of knowledge if we do research. We innovate something if we do research. We are able to enlighten or illuminate something if we research on something. And I think more importantly, we're able to remedy a problem. Or sabi nga nila, fill a research gap. A gap when we do research. So these are two important terms that will be the focus of my talk for today. And I'll be talking about how to do, not necessarily the step-by-step process, but the facets of doing research on gender and development. Pwedeng tanungin natin, bakit ko ba kailangan gawin ito? Bakit ako pa? Estudyante lang ako. Bakit ako pa? Ang dami kong ginagawa bilang educator. Ang dami ko ng roles. Now, let's go to the idea of gender and development and why we need to talk about this. You've probably have heard of the concept gender mainstreaming already. Ang basic na idea ng gender mainstreaming ay i-incorporate sa ang gender and development sa lahat ng mga ginagawa natin sa institusyon. Okay? It is an institutional mechanism that will ensure gender mainstreaming in government offices, its attached agencies, and local government units are able to do. So when you mainstream something, you are integrating in every component of your policies, programs, projects, and activities the idea of gender equality and gender and development. Ito ay tinatawag ding God mainstreaming. It's actually a global strategy, the Philippines being a state party of the many initiatives of the world to achieve gender equality. And it contextualizes the government, the Philippines through our government, contextualizes gender mainstreaming in our local. So merong pag-pursue ng gender equality at yan ang ultimate or yung overall na goal ng gender and development. So bakit nagmamatter ang gender and development? Kasi magbe-benefit tayong lahat dito. Imagine kung lahat ng spaces ay safe. Imagine kung walang violence. Imagine kung hindi tayo kailangang matakot kapag lumalabas sa kalsada dahil walang mga nangka-catcall o nang wolf whistle. So we ultimately the goal is a gender responsive society where women and men equally contribute to and benefit from development. So this is the diagram of gender and development. So if the paradigm is God, the strategy or tool in order to execute gender in development is called mainstreaming, and the goal is gender equality. So we want to be able to move from this conceptualizing of idea to integrating in our policies and programs the idea of God towards the achievement of gender equality. All right? Now, ito ay nakabase sa isang batas ng Pilipinas na ang tawag ay Magna Carta of Women. Magna Carta of Women or Republic Act 9710 prescribes that there should be gender mainstreaming of all sectors of the society, including the private sectors, and if of course yung government higher education institutions like PNU South Luzon in the PNU system. So PNU South Luzon, according to the Magna Carta, therefore shall adopt gender mainstreaming as a strategy to promote women's human rights and eliminate gender discrimination. Okay. Now, this is not to assume that maraming gender issues sa campus or sa konteksto ninyo. But we want to be able to prevent kung meron mang posibleng mangyari. No? So, nandun na tayo sa posibleng preventive measures kung hindi man present yung ganitong mga gender issues. But I think it has become a problem of almost every higher education institution na mag-deal sa mga gender-based issues. So institutions as well like the Commission on Higher Education would initiate mechanisms in order to help HEIs in dealing with these problems of gender discrimination and other gender-based issues. So it is our role as an institution to likewise adopt a gender mainstreaming strategy in the conduct of our activities and execution of our policies. It's also indicated in the Magna Carta that there should be a GAD focal point system. And we have Ma'am Brenda as the GAD head who initiates activities in order to gender mainstream the program's policies, activities, and projects. So ito ay ilan sa mga functions ng GAD focal point system. If you, in case in the future, you will be part of the GAD focal point system of PNU, these are some of the expectations or your functions and roles according to the Commission, the CMO or CHED Memorandum Order issued in 2015, inspired by the Magna Carta, provisions of the Magna Carta of Women. So magkakaroon dapat daw ng review ng policies, okay, ng inyong institution. And the GAD focal point system should be responsible for the development of the GAD program, such as initiating activities like these, should maintain records of your GAD plan, and should establish a database of information and report on the status of implementation. Kumusta ang execution ng mga functions ng GAD focal point system as far as your institution is concerned. So this is just a review or just a presentation of what existing policies would say about the roles or functions of the GAD focal point system. Now, in order to do these functions, I think research has so much to contribute, okay, in the execution of the functions of the GAD focal point system, and even the teachers and administrators. May malaking contribution ang paggawa ng research dito. Kasi paano ka ba makaka-come up ng isang polisiya o ng isang plan kung hindi mo ito i-research? Diba? Yung simple pangalang pag-alam sa pangalan o sa profile ng isang tao ay kailangan mo nang gumawa ng research. So there's so much that research can do in addressing the problem that we perceive in our community, in our society. Now, the thing is, kagaya ng sabi ko kanina, bakit kaming mga teachers pa or educators or professors pa, napakarami na naming roles. Nag-agree ba kayo, dear professors, na maliban sa pagiging educator, ay meron din tayong sari-sari pang mga roles na ginagawa bilang mga mga guro, bilang mga educators, no. So dumadami pa at dumadami sa panahon ngayon. Hindi lang tayo educators, we don't facilitate don't only facilitate learning, we also play the role of a counselor, a disciplinarian, surrogate parent, a mentor, a friend, or we also have a part to play in carrying out administrative functions. Halimbawa, yung mga may designation na department head o kaya vice dean, si Doc Leia as EDP, and some other positions or roles. No? So we all consider all of these things. And kumbaga hindi na natin ma-sort out kung ano yung mga trabaho natin. Sa mga students naman, ano-ano naman yung mga roles ninyo? Diba, sari-sari rin ang inyong mga hats na sinusuot. And sometimes when requirements or academic requirements would be assigned to you, sabay-sabay sila na halos hindi mo na alam kung saan ka magsisimula. Add to that, of course, both teachers or educators and learners, meron pa tayong iba't ibang responsibilidad. In fact, sa gender and development, ang tawag dyan sa sitwasyon ng babae ay isang gender-based issue din. We call this the multiple roles that women play, and this is characterized by the roles that women are expected to carry out at home, at work, for their career and their community. So nakaka-cause din ng problem sa mga kababaihan. So bakit pa tayo gagawa ng research? Bakit pa natin dadagdagan ang trabaho natin? Samantalang there's already a lot of work to be done as far as our major functions are concerned. So we want to be able to do research on God because bakit hindi? Bakit hindi natin gawin ito? If we see that it's going to be beneficial for us as educators and to our students, or for the students, magiging beneficial din ito sa inyo, in the sense that it can actually contribute to addressing some problems in the society. So, but ultimately, as any research, we are doing research because, or we want to do research because we want to have a basis for our practice, or for the formulation of policies, or for proposing a program. So kailangan natin na may ebidensya. So ayaw natin na hearsay lang yung panggagalingan ng ipopropose nating policies or programs sa mga student organizations halimbawa. Paano kayo nagpo-propose ng activity? You do survey, and that is doing research. Kapag kayo naman ay nag-assess ng effectiveness ng inyong activity, that's also doing research. So we want to do research because we want to have a basis for something more productive and more fruitful, not only for you, but also for the community you are part of. And we want, so what we want here is for PNU South Luzon to benefit from these possible initiatives. Evidence-based, sabi nga nila, evidence-based. Two gender studies experts would say that research on gender and development is important because it offers updated empirical knowledge. Siyempre, kung ang basihan mo ay, lalo na sa mga hard sciences, kung ang basihan mo ng isang knowledge ay more than 20 years old. In fact, meron ngang prescribed na recency ng mga sinasite na research or related literature ang mga journals. Diba? Kung I think if it's more than, I hope my co-speaker will be able to address this. I think if it's more than 6 years, or sometimes it's even stricter, 3 years, if the related literature is older than 3 years old, parang hindi na ito kinoconsider na reasonable basis. Kasi baka nag-change na yung yung data or results ng study na yun. So we want to have an updated empirical knowledge. That's why we do research on God. And we do research on God because this will help us establish gender research and analysis to examine and challenge social norms. So that if we do a research and this is what comes out of the research, na maaaring kontra siya o hindi ayon dun sa existing norms, then we have a basis for saying that we are proposing for our revision or for an amendment of the existing social norm. Okay, so meron tayong basis. Ganyan naman ang kailangan natin kasi hindi tayo pwedeng manggaling from nowhere or from mga mga sources na hindi substantiated. Okay, mga galing sa mga chismis. Now, in doing God research, meron tayong mga iba't ibang basehan para dito. And I'll just run through these international mandates. I'm sure some of you are already familiar with this, but I'll just focus on the more practical and contextualized mandates for institutions like PNU. Isa sa mga pinakaunang international mandate na state party ang Pilipinas ay yung tinatawag na UN CEDAW. Tawag natin dyan sa Pilipinas CEDAW, no? United Nations Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. Pangalawa ay yung Beijing Platform for Action. Dito inarticulate na kailangan natin ng gender mainstreaming in various areas of the programs of the institution or of the country. Pangatlo would be our country's other commitments, both in the level of conventions o kaya mga conferences. So marami tayong mga participation sa mga international mandates na ito. In other words, ang aktibo ng Pilipinas sa pagsuporta sa gender equality. Kaya I think it's not a surprise that there's a lot of laws protecting women or laws that would address gender inequality. Okay? Now, in the national level, so kinontextualize na yung mga international mandates na to. Primary na pwede nating pagbasehan syempre ay yung ating constitution. So nakalagay doon that there should be equality between men and women, and there's also the Women in Development and Nation Building Act. Of course, we have the General Appropriations Acts from 1995 to 2000. Dito nakastipulate na ang budget ng isang institution, just like for example PNU, ay hindi bababa sa 5% of the total budget of the institution. So this is the basis of our at least 5% GAD fund. Okay? Mas specific yung nakalagay sa Executive Order 273, but anyway, yung mga specific provisions nandyan sa mga mandato na yan. Pero they're basically saying that we, in support of the initiatives for gender and development, institutions are allocated or should allocate at least 5% of their fund for gender and development initiatives. Okay? Hindi bababa sa 5%. Ibig sabihin, if you spend more than 5% of your fund, that's also okay. And that could be part of gender mainstreaming. Okay? Now, I'd like to focus more specifically on a directive or a memorandum issued by CHED. Dahil tayong mga academic institutions ay parte ng CHED at sumusunod tayo sa mga memoranda supposedly na ini-issue ng CHED as far as our institutions are concerned. In 2015, this was 2015, merong in-issue ang CHED. During this time, it was, I believe, si Dr. Tricia ang head ng CHED. And Dr. Licuanan was part of the attendees of the Beijing Platform for Action.
Okay, so na-witness niya yun. She's also a feminist, by the way. So I think that also explains her vigor in supporting initiatives or policies like this. So in this memorandum, I hope you'll have time to read this when you will do your research, dear teachers and students. It prescribes policies and guidelines on GAD in CHED and HEIs. So nung 2015 pa lang, naka-indicate na dito na sa mga 4 na areas ng functions ng isang university, administration, curriculum, or instruction, extension, and research, dapat merong pag-consider sa gender responsiveness or gender and development. So all of these aspects of the functions of a university should put into consideration gender and development. In fact, after the issuance of that CMO, ang nakalagay doon ay in 90 days after the issuance of the CMO, ang mga institutions ay dapat nagre-review ng kanilang policies para makita kung ito ba ay nakaangkla sa tema ng GAD. Now, also in that CMO, so I've captured this part of the CMO, particularly Section 4, Gender Responsive Research Programs, as the blueprint for integrating GAD in the institutional research agenda. So you have your research agenda as an institution. Dito nakalagay kung ano yung tema na parang focus o ano yung goal ng institution in doing research or in achieving research outputs. These are some of the stipulations of the gender responsive research programs portion of the CMO. And in letter F, so highlight ko talaga yan, no, Ma'am Brenda, incentives and other support structures for the conduct of research works related to GAD should be made available. So in the integration of GAD in your institutional research agenda, there should be, among others, incentives and other support structures. So hindi lang naman po ito financial, no, kundi pwede ring mga ibang forms of incentives or support or support structures for the conduct of research related to GAD. Now, this could be one of the firm basis for doing GAD research. In fact, ang sinasabi dito, dapat meron tayong ginagawang research on GAD. At ito ay maaaring sa paraan ng pag-tackle sa mga issues related to gender or sex. So we have presented the problem in the beginning of the discussion, and I'm sure we'll be able to figure out something to research on when we examine the issues further, or the whole gamut of the gender and development concepts. Now, ilan sa mga areas for GAD research na pwede ninyong tignan. So after answering the question, what is the problem? Now we discuss this further by looking at the areas for doing GAD research. Okay. Balikan natin yung provision ng Magna Carta na nagbabanggit tungkol sa pagkakaroon ng gender mainstreaming. So in that provision, it stipulates that there should be elimination or addressing of gender discrimination in the institution's systems, structures, policies, programs, processes, and procedures. In other words, sa entire na functioning ng isang institution, hanggang sa classroom, hanggang sa relationship ng teacher sa kanyang mga estudyante. So there should be consideration of gender mainstreaming. I-mainstream mo nga siya para mo siyang ilalapat sa lahat ng functioning na ginagawa mo sa iyong institution. So I've identified some strategies in choosing research areas, and I've clustered them according to approach to topic and methodology. So I'll give some examples for each one, but the more detailed discussion, specifically for methodology, that will be reserved for the next topic. So what do we mean when we say strategies in choosing research area by approach? Here are some ideas that I've conceived. In terms of approach, approach here would be on the vastness or the scope of the research. So pwede kang gumawa ng research that will encompass the institution. So institutional-based research is one approach in doing that research. Ibig sabihin, I think this is more apt for administrators. O kaya, for example, Godhead, si Ma'am Brenda, can do institutional research. And the direction is to be able to propose, for example, or to develop programs or projects that will benefit the entire institution and its stakeholders. Classroom-based research is another approach. Now, teachers, professors, or faculty members, and even non-teaching personnel may want to initiate research studies that focus on the classroom. So, halimbawa, yung mga facilities na available in teaching, ano yung mga strategies, approaches, or ano yung mga ways that can be improved in order to make the classroom even more gender responsive. These are just some ideas that may be extracted from this kind of approach. The third would be stakeholder-based approach. So in the stakeholder-based approach, the focus would be the respondents involved or the people involved. Ano ang stakes ng students sa research na to? Kung gusto mong mag-focus tungkol sa mga fellow students nyo, dear students, pwede nyong gamitin yung approach na to, the stakeholder-based research. So if you want to involve all the members of the community in PNU South Luzon, or even the parents of the students, that's also one way of approaching the research in the manner of the stakeholder-based approach. Now, on the part of strategy by topic, there's a lot that we can mention, and I think we can cluster them as themes. Okay? Pero mga iba't ibang mga specific na mga topics na pwede ninyong pagtuunan ng focus. So these are just some of them. I've identified discrimination, marginalization, elimination, and exploitation, violence, and other issues. So ito ay ilan sa mga impacts ng patriarchy na binabanggit ko sa previous discussion ko sa mga estudyante. So demos, pwede rin. So makakabuo ka ng mga iba't ibang mga research topics by looking at the different areas of gender issues or impacts of gender issues. So, usaping sexism, misogyny, subjugation of women, oppression, and a lot more. Furthermore, in the discussion of oppression, so let me just share what Iris Marion Young, a feminist philosopher, has identified to be the 5 phases of oppression. So, ito ay reiteration of the topics na pwede nating i-explore sa paggawa ng research. One phase among the phases of oppression that Iris Marion Young identified are the following: violence, exploitation, marginalization, powerlessness, and cultural imperialism. So, maaring may makitang mga usapin for research exploration ang mga social science professors dito, or sa part ng mga major courses, baka merong pwedeng mailapat na peripheral or related issues of violence. Like for example, the roles that we assign to both men and women in the conduct of certain activities. Yung profession pa lang na teaching, yung profession na teaching na sinasabing pambabaeng profession. And ang dami nang pwedeng i-explore na research topics dyan. You may want to debunk that, or you may want to affirm that, but you need, of course, to do research on that. Now, isang related na discussion sa oppression ni Iris Marion Young ay yung discussion ni Marilyn Fry on the birdcage analogy. And this may be relevant as you examine the whole picture of gender and development issues or the gender-based issues. And Marilyn Fry in her book talks about the birdcage analogy. So observe ninyo yung birdcage na yan and observe how the bird seems to be impossible to escape the cage. Parang yung gumawa ng cage na yan, sinigurado niyang hindi makakalabas yung bird from that cage. And this is the analogy that Marilyn Fry articulates in her birdcage analogy. So she says, if you look very closely at just one wire in the cage, you cannot see the other wires. If your conception of what is before you is determined by this myopic, microscopic focus, you could look at that one wire up and down the length of it and unable to see why a bird would not just fly around the wire anytime it wanted to go somewhere. Furthermore, even if one day at a time you myopically inspected each wire, you still could not see why a bird could have trouble going past the wires to get anywhere. There is no physical property of any one wire, nothing that the closest scrutiny could discover that will reveal how a bird could be inhibited or harmed by it, except in the most accidental way. So there is no way that the bird can escape the cage. If you look at, if in trying to remedy the situation of the bird, you look at the situation in a microscopic or myopic focus, wala ka talagang mariresolve na problema. Exactly the point of the birdcage analogy of systemic sexism. So ang sinasabi ni Marilyn Fry is you have to take a look at the problem of sexism, of oppression, of gender-based issues in a macroscopic view. Macroscopic view of the whole cage so that you can see why women or why the bird in this birdcage situation cannot go anywhere or is hindered from going anywhere. Okay, so kailangan daw ng pananaw na mas malawak. In doing that, you'll be able to see that actually the wires are interconnected with each other. They are interspersed so that you don't only solve one problem, but you solve the entire system. And it takes a lot of effort to be able to do that. So gusto natin na kahit pa paano, no, yung small little ways na sa paraan halimbawa ng paggawa ng research ay makatulong tayo para ma-solve yung the big problem of sexism, for example, or gender-based issues. So women can be locked into different stereotypes that promote inequality in many aspects. So let's go ahead and explore this problem and try to contribute to doing something about this problem through research. So GAD research can therefore function as a lens in seeing situations with the gender lens. So hindi yung myopic, hindi microscopic. Maaaring makatulong din yung microscopic perspective, no? Pero mas maganda yung maaari nating tignan ang problema in a macroscopic sense because that way you not only examine the microscopic perspective but also the bigger picture of the gender analysis. Now, on the third strategy, by methodology. So I identified compliance and evaluation as components of this approach. So here we talk about review of policies or juxtaposition of your policies with the existing policies of the state. Kumusta ang compliance sa CMO? Kumusta ang compliance sa mga ibang mga issuances ng CHED o kaya sa mga batas ng Pilipinas? And how about your programs? How about your memoranda? Kumusta yung language na gamit sa mga memoranda at mga executive orders or mga programs? For the students, are you able to review or check the compliance of the programs or projects that you propose with compliance with existing policies on gender and development. Hindi ba kaya nakaka-discriminate na itong mga programs ninyo sa mga ibang sector, sa mga ibang minority groups or mga vulnerable groups na tinatawag? This may also include review or revisiting of your strategies, pedagogies, and instructional materials. So, but basically your strategies of teaching and your pedagogies. So these are some areas that you can look into in order to identify what possible topic you'll be working on. Now, in the CMO, there's also a stipulation of the priority areas. So pwede kayong mag-refer din sa priority areas na nakalagay sa CMO. And I have listed down the major priority areas. Actually, dito pa lang marami nang pwedeng ideas na makuha. You can start by, for example, dito, emerging gender issues. Ano yung mga gender-related issues na ipaparating sa inyo ng mga students or na encounter ng students na i-share sa kanila ng mga kaibigan nila. Yan, mga ganyang mga issues. So you can start by identifying emerging gender issues, or maybe looking at the issues raised in the Magna Carta of Women, or yung TLE, no, yung inyong focus o yung inyong area din. Baka naman meron din ditong mga prevailing na gender issues na pwedeng i-examine or research further. So these are just some priority areas found in the CMO. Now, we have those bases and we have a lot to work on. But we'd like to be able to start identifying the problem of our own community. So I pose the question, ano ang problema ng PNU South Luzon? This is not to find fault in the system or in your community, but this is more progressively or more affirmatively to be able to address if there is a perceived problem, or maybe really assess kung meron ba talagang problema. Okay, kasi posible naman na ang tingin mo dito ay gender issue siya, pero nung nag-research ka, ang result came out na hindi pala siya gender issue at all. So you're able to arrive at a result or a conclusion on something. So what is the problem of PNU South Luzon? Now, these are also possible topics I've identified na as an academic institution, PNU can also do. Basic, which is actually in the law, the basic is for you to do a sex disaggregated data. Okay, in the CMO, nakalagay actually doon na within 90 days upon the release, after the release of the CMO, meron dapat pag-update o paggawa ng sex disaggregated data ang institutions. So we can begin by doing a sex disaggregated data in your classroom among your students. In the institutional level, the GAD office can also do this. And aside from that, we can also look at the compliance of your policies in terms of the language that they use. So may gender neutral communication ba among existing memoranda and policies in your department, in your division, in your college? How about assessment of learning materials vis-a-vis gender sensitive communication? So you can examine the existing instructional materials or your modules kung meron man kayo, o kaya yung mga modules na binibigay ninyo for your courses if you are using one for your classes. You can check the content by doing maybe content analysis of your instructional materials. Okay, and then knowledge assessment of GAD laws. So ito simpleng research lang din ang pwedeng magawa dito. Hindi kailangang super super complicated research. because some students might be intimidated na kailangan kong gumawa ng very complicated research para mag-count na research ito. So actually, I'm trying to suggest some simple ways in order to jumpstart with the GAD research. No? So you can actually just begin with checking or assessing the knowledge level or awareness of the stakeholders of PNU in terms of GAD laws. So kung malaman mo na ang mga students ay hindi sila aware sa Safe Spaces Act, for example, then you have a basis for proposing a program or a mechanism to make them aware of such laws. Okay, that could already count as a research. How about a research that will lead to the creation of CODI? Ma'am Brenda, pwede bang pa-raise hand kung, or thumbs up kung meron na kayong CODI sa PNU? So, CODI.
On process pa, ma'am.
Committee
We are
on the process? Yeah.
we are in the process of formulating.
Right. Okay, good. What's good about PNU is that PNU, the entire PNU system, is very active in terms of its initiative on GAD. In fact, in one of the projects of Dr. of the UCGD, yata yun, ano, I'm also part of that project on feminist philosophy. So merong initiative na ganon din ang PNU main para mag-provide ng lectures on feminist philosophy sa mga estudyante. May other organization, it has been tapped to partner with PNU main as well to come up with video series on doing research on philosophical research on GAD. So I think this is also a relevant initiative. So recently I saw a research completed by DepEd teachers, teachers from Luksuhin National High School. So gumawa sila ng isang study which is considered as a GAD research. So yung title ng study nila, Integrating GAD in the Classroom. Okay, it's focus on the case of their institution. So ang aim nila dito ay para magkaroon ng integration of gender-sensitive teaching strategy in Filipino literature among grade 8 learners. They use descriptive quasi-experimental research design, involved half-half ang grade 8 students, and they used questionnaire, pre-test, post-test, and I think there were other questionnaires utilized. So pwedeng tanungin natin, ang komplikado naman yan, parang hindi ko kaya. I don't know kung ang orientation ng research ng PNU South Luzon ay quantitative. In my discipline kasi mas qualitative ito. So yung mga undertakings ko on research ay nasa side ng qualitative, which is also a feasible way of doing research. Now your university has released a memorandum on the GAD themes for inclusion in the syllabus. So early this year, merong mga na-identify na mga themes, no, na ang expectation is that the academic personnel should be able to integrate these GAD themes in the syllabi or in the course plans. So I'm sure this is a work in progress, no. But I hope magiging helpful ang discussion natin ngayon para maka focus sa kung anong area or theme of GAD on GAD as prescribed in this memorandum na pwede ninyong gawin. So there are specific GAD themes in that memorandum, and there are also some sub-themes identified. So what I did here, in the next few slides, I'll be sharing possible topics that you can do anchored on the specific themes of the GAD themes in the memorandum. So again, merong themes na in-identify yung memo at meron ding sub-themes na naka-stipulate. So this is on the topmost portion, for example, gender inequality. This is the GAD theme, And on the left of the slide, these are the sub-themes. So highlighted here are the ones I focused on. So halimbawa, kung pipili kayo sa aspect ng gender inequality, pwede kayong gumawa ng gender-based violence reporting mechanisms in the classroom. So as educators or as teachers, ang pwede ninyong i-focus na research would be doing or would be towards the direction of having a gender-based violence reporting mechanism in the classroom. Okay. Now, another one is feminist research. So these are the sub-themes of feminist research. I'm going, what I can share here would be a study that I did on student affairs and services. So meron ako, I co-authored with a colleague, and we did a research on examining the provisions of student affairs and services, CMO, using the lens of existentialist feminism. So yung existentialist feminism, ladies and gentlemen, ay isang feminist framework na ginamit para ma-analyze or ma-interpret ang isang memorandum ng CHED. So that's ganun lang kasimple. We used a lens, which is a feminist framework, in order to interpret a memorandum. So in your case, for example, in literature, pwedeng gumamit ng isang framework ng feminism or ng gender and development para maaral yung meaning ng isang text. Okay. So another one, this is a completed research that I also saw online, a sexual and reproductive rights approach to menstruation. So even that specific topic, pwede niyong i-examine. Now, next one is gender literacy. So in gender literacy, I opted to focus on gender stereotyping and gender sensitive language. So note that posible na mag-intertwine ang mga sub-themes. In fact, nakalagay nga sa memo na ganun talaga, natural na mag-intersperse ang mga sub-themes. They're interconnected with each other. So it's possible that you may touch on several sub-themes in your research topic. So under gender literacy, what you can do would be to explore on reducing gender stereotyping using gender fair language. So maybe what you can do here would be to utilize an instrument. Actually, pwede kayong gumamit ng instrument na nagamit na ng mga authors in the past, no? But you just have to secure the consent of that author na pwede nyo na gagamitin nyo yung instrument na yun or survey na yun or questionnaire na yun para sa inyong research. That's allowed naman in the research. In research. So can gender fair language reduce gender stereotyping in the campus? So you can also explore on this research question. Under gender fair education, so for example, gender inclusive curriculum. Yan, gender inclusive curriculum, yan na yung goal ng memorandum ni Dr. Hoxon, no? Yung pagkakaroon ng God themes. You may want to focus on how gender responsive, exploring how gender responsive are the existing course plans or your syllabi. Meron bang representation ng gender sensitivity sa inyong mga lessons? Hindi kaya discriminatory yung ibang lessons? Meron bang presence ng halimbawa feminist perspective or women authors in your discussion of the history of a country? Or halimbawa sa amin, no, sa philosophy, meron bang mga women philosophers dyan? So pwede niyong gawin document analysis of your syllabi. Okay, kumusta sila at pwede mong ibangga sa mga tenets of gender and development or the elements of a gender neutral communication or a gender neutral language. Baka kasi may mga terms dyan na sexist language. So pwede mong i-examine yung syllabi mo or yung syllabus mo para in the end, you'll have a basis for revising the syllabus. Okay. Another one, gender and sustainable development. Let's say under gender and women's health, developing gender-related health programs for students and teachers. So ito, ang vision niya would be to propose programs, gender-related programs for the students and the female faculty members. Halimbawa, pagkakaroon ng regular na pap smear o kaya ng yung mga women's health check-up, yung mga ganong mga programs. No? So you can actually initially begin with surveying if the women faculty members are undergoing this subjecting themselves to these health-related programs. So para maka-develop ka ng sarili ninyong programa dyan sa university. How about the students? Yung mga ganong counterpart din. No? So gender and women's health sub-themes. Now, these are just some, and there's a lot more that you can explore. I hope right now meron na kayong naisip na idea na pwede ninyong tutukan. No? You can actually even work with your co-faculty members. So students can work together to come up with a research topic. Pagtulungan na sulatin o i-research para makatulong sa institution. So in 2015, this is a research done by Jenny Tu. Her study is on the impact of gender mainstreaming on men and women in the world. So this is her abstract. And she did an analysis of the existing literature. So meron siyang ginawang review of existing literature. And I think here she also did a textual analysis of the literature on gender and development. And to increase the reliability of the research, she used analytical model in the shape of a triangle that was constructed to illustrate the symmetry correlation between gender policies and their impact on men and women. Now, on the personal level, ako naman ay may ilang mga initiatives na may mga ilang nagawang mga research na pwedeng masabing GAD research. No? The major one that I did would be my PhD project on the examination of the Magna Carta of Women. So what I did here was to use the framework, feminist framework, existentialist feminism, to read or to understand or to interpret the Magna Carta of Women. So nandun siya sa part kanina ng feminist research. No? So what I did here was it didn't involve any respondents. wala akong in-interview, wala akong kinailangang gawing validation of instrument, because what I did was to examine first what is existentialist feminism of the philosopher Simone de Beauvoir. So in doing that, I was able to extract or to come up with her themes on existentialist feminism by reading her book, by reading her text. So I read The Second Sex, and I examined portions of the text that from which I identified ano-ano yung mga themes na nagko-constitute sa kanyang existentialist feminism. So pagkatapos kong gawin yon, textual analysis, pumunta naman ako sa Magna Carta of Women. So nakita ko naman na ang batas na to ay may mga iba't ibang provisions at parang meron silang hawig dun sa sinasabi ni Beauvoir na patungkol sa empowerment, for example, or equity. And so I examined them independently, and saka ko sila pinagbangga in order to justify the existentialist feminist critical reading of the Magna Carta. All right, so critical reading, textual analysis, exploration. So nabuo po yung aking dissertation. Okay, until now, I would still explore on yung mga nganak pa ng ibang mga studies yung paper na ito. In fact, yung na-present ko kanina na Student Affairs and Services na Existentialist Feminist Reading, yun ay isang bunga na ng thesis ko na ito. Alright? Another one, dahil nga po ang nature ng philosophy ay usually qualitative. So, in the middle of this year, I was able to release, have it published, a work on a more gender responsive philosophy. So this is just an article on my argument on having a more gender responsive discipline and philosophy, which is known to be male dominated, may be perpetuating gender inequality. So ang isa sa mga ina-advocate ko nga po dyan bilang female faculty ng philosophy ay magkaroon ng mas gender responsive na philosophy, and I'm trying to focus on reviewing the syllabus or the syllabi of philosophy. So this is just an exploration of this possibility of doing or of having a more gender responsive philosophy in the Philippines at least. Now, isang initial exploration din ng philosophy of education, which this was also published in, I think also, kailan ba to? September, if not October. So I wrote an article about the future of philosophy of education through care ethics. So again, this is a feminist framework in applying it to education. So embarking on family-focused pedagogy. Ganun din po ulit, so merong paggamit ng mga existing literature para ma-develop yung argument. So basically, karamihan sa mga ginagawa kong research ay nag-i-involve ng content analysis or textual analysis of existing literature that are apt to be basis for formulating some ideas. Ang pinaka-recent po na ginagawa ko ay yung pag-challenge sa syllabi because I perceive that there is a presence of syllabi gender gap in philosophy. So what I'm putting forward would be the genderizing of philosophy or inclusivizing philosophy. Ibig sabihin dito, pagkakaroon lang, among others, I highlighted in the second bullet, increasing the presence of women philosophers in the syllabi, such that hindi lang mga lalaking mga pilosopo ang pinag-uusapan o yung kanilang idea, kundi dagdagan din ng mga women philosophers kasi kung tutuusin, meron din namang mga women philosophers sa history ng philosophy. And I think this is important because it is crucial, in fact, because it may help change or improve the climate of philosophical thinking and the future of philosophy. So that's one of the things that I am doing now. From this initiative, I'm able to organize some activities as actions of this research undertaking. So what I've done so far would be to participate in discussions on addressing the syllabi gender gap and organizing events myself to teach. In teaching, for example, on the left, I was able to invite Dr. Sarah Protasi to talk about what she did in teaching ancient women philosophers. So this is also educating fellow philosophy faculty members to genderize philosophy. And of course, among other things, mga iba pang mga initiatives para to address this undertaking. So what I'm saying is that yung paggawa natin ng research ay maaring pwedeng magbunga sa mga iba pang mga benepisyo. So what can your research do? When you will do your research yourselves, you will be able to disseminate this to the community, to the PNU community through a colloquium. Kasi isa sa mga activities natin for this 18-day campaign ay isang colloquium. Although mag-exceed siya sa 18-day period, to give the the teachers and students more time to conceptualize their idea and to write their research. So we will have a colloquium later on where you will be able to present your own research. Aside from that, syempre, we contribute to the goal of God. So what else is more fulfilling than to contribute to the goal of God? Diba? Kung saan lahat tayo ay makikinabang o makikinabang at least at the minimum yung ating mga stakeholders sa PNU South Luzon. Students, faculty members, non-teaching personnel, of course, the administrators and the institution itself. And you will have the opportunity to have your research published. Hopefully, nandito yung ating managing editor for LUCAD. So hopefully, we have that vision na makaka-come up tayo sa isang special issue on your output for this project. But you can also have your works published in other platforms, and I'd like to take advantage of this opportunity to invite you to submit your abstracts. Baka gusto niyo pong mag-submit. This is a reputable journal on philosophy of education and philosophy of education. So I'm one of the guest editors for this special issue, and the theme is Filipino philosophy of education. Kung gusto niyo po na yung research niyo para dito sa GAD project natin ay maisama dito sa work na to, please submit your abstract on or before December 15 through my email address. So pwede niyong hingin kay Ma'am Brenda yung yung aking email address kung interesado po kayo dito. You can co-author with your colleagues or your students, baka pwede rin, or the administrators, that's also okay. And then syempre, isa pa sa mga advantages ng paggawa ng research ay yung pagkakaroon ng incentive. I'm glad that the administration is supportive of these initiatives, so manifest by the conduct of this activity. Buti at na meron tayong mga supportive na mga administrators, no? So these are already forms of incentives. They may not necessarily be in a form of financial incentives, but the mere support or the conduct of research is already incentive enough. Okay, so we hopefully yung discussions natin today ay magbunga siya into your own research topics. So sana makapag-isip-isip na po kayo kung ano yung gusto nyong gawing research topic. Tutulong po kami ng aking fellow speaker para sa pag-develop ng inyong mga research topics. Kasi magkakaroon po tayo ng write-shops, and don't worry, we'll be here to hopefully guide you. No? Sana maka-guide nga kami sa inyo. So tutulong po kami. Yan po ang aming commitment. So kinomit ko na yung aking fellow speaker, but that is our commitment to PNU South Luzon. I'd like to end with Kofi Annan's idea on the importance of doing research on God. For Kofi Annan, the empowerment of women that results from attention to gender in all stages of the development, from conception until implementation, is the most effective development tool. And so let's please do research so we help empower women, empower ourselves, and empower the community towards the achievement of gender and development and gender equality, SDG number 5. So hopefully PNU South Luzon will have research output to share by the end of this undertaking. Thank you very much for your time. That's all for me. Thank you, PNU South Luzon.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gina, for that very informative and thought-provoking lecture on research-driven GAD programs. And before we proceed to the next speaker, we can have at least 3-minute break for time for refreshment and for a health break. We will be back up after 3 minutes. Thank you.
Bakit nga ba di mabubuhay ang bayan kung walang kababaihan? Ngunit kung tayo'y saktan parang walang hanggan. Bakit nga ba nakaguhit sa ating mukha na tayong lahat ay biktima ng kalupitan, karahasan, pilit tayong dinadapa. Isang bilyong babae ang babangon, ito na ang ating panahon. Bangon, babae, bangon, ito na ang ating panahon. Itaas ang
Okay po, we are back and to further add to the knowledge we just have learned from Dr. Gina, let me call on again the head of the Gender and Development Office of PNU South Luzon, Professor Brenda B. Villamor.
Okay, good afternoon once again. So to introduce our second speaker, let me first share my screen. Okay. Our second speaker is Dr. Louie Benedict R. Ignacio, who earned his AB in Political Science degree from University of Santo Tomas, his Master of Arts in Sociology from the Ateneo de Manila University, and his Doctor of Philosophy in Political Science, again, from the University of Santo Tomas. He has published works on urban sociology and governance, and youth and women empowerment. He has engaged both into various researches as well, both self-initiated and institution commissioned either from private, higher educational institutions or government agencies. He is a college teacher and researcher, was a program chair, a director for student affairs, and a college dean. He is the current president of the Philippine Sociological Society since 2007. So let's welcome Dr. Louie Benedict R. Ignacio, who will be talking about research design and data collection essentials. So, sir, you may have the floor now.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Am I audible? Naririnig po ba ako ng maayos?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank PNU South Luzon and Pathways for extending this invitation for me to speak together with Ma'am Gina. In our group, we fondly call Ma'am Gina as Manay Gina, okay, because of the name recall. But thank you, PNU South Luzon Pathways and Ma'am Gina for including me in this afternoon's session and for including me in the advocacy of working towards ending violence against women and children, okay, including children. So it's perfect that Ma'am Gina already laid down the foundation of the discussion of research and how research contributes to the goal of ending violence against women. Because my part of the discussion will be more focused on the aspect of research, particularly on data gathering and data gathering essentials. Before I proceed, allow me to share my screen. Okay, let me just adjust this one. There. Okay, so as mentioned, I'll be talking about research design and data gathering. So Ma'am Gina already laid down kung ano-ano ba yung themes, ano-ano ba yung focus, saan tayo pwedeng magsimula patungkol sa research, anong approach, should it be institutional, stakeholder-wise, should it be macro or micro level, in-identify na din ni Ma'am Gina kung ano-ano yung mga research topics na po pwede natin gawin. And with that, I'd like to follow it up with how we are or how can we actually do it. Okay. And in this afternoon, we'll be looking at two current situations and two current factors affecting our conduct of research. Of course, one is it should be within the context of gender and development for purposes of ending violence against women. And second is within the context of the current pandemic. I'm sure teachers, administrators, even students who are currently engaging into research saw the difficulty of continuing research and finishing research due to the restrictions that we've had since the pandemic started. So that will be the focus of my discussion this afternoon. I was given an hour, but I will try to utilize, maximize an hour or even less, but still talk about the essential ones, essential aspects that I need to discuss. So as mentioned a while ago, I'd like to introduce the context from where I am coming from. So I am a member of both the departments of sociology and political science. These are two separate departments in the University of Santo Tomas. But as mentioned a while ago, my preparations, my trainings are both in political science and sociology. So my particular field is political sociology. So we're really looking at policies, policy implementation, and how these policies are rooted on the experience of the person and the community, and how it goes a full circle, from the experience of the people and the community to the development of policies, how it is implemented, and how it affects the lives of people on the ground, completing a loop, a circle. And as mentioned by Ma'am Gina a while ago, that's how we should view researches and policies when it comes to gender and development, that it should come from the ground based on what is being experienced by people on the ground, looking at it from a meso-macro perspective, okay, not just the micro perspective, and based on facts, empirical data, based on outputs of researches, we come up with policies and try to introduce change for the better, okay? Introduce development on the lives of the people on the ground. Again, in the context of gender and development. I'd also would like to make a very little correction a while ago. I am the current president of the Philippine Sociological Society. I was a member since 2007, but I am part of the board since 2020. And as president of the Philippine Sociological Society, the PSS in the Philippines has a very big a part of its membership working on gender and development, both in research and in practice. So within PSS, we have a lot of colleagues, we have a lot of friends who are working towards producing knowledge and disseminating information about gender and development and contributing to the ending of violence against women and children. Okay, so that's where I'll be coming from. I'll be coming from both sociological and political, and I'll take my experience in both fields and my experience as a researcher in sharing what I think would be beneficial for you as administrators, teachers, and students doing research for GAD. Everything that I'll be sharing here are products of readings, of research, conducting my own research, and contributing to the production of knowledge. But the focus, again, my focus this afternoon, more than the output, the product of the researches, is how to actually do it. Okay? As mentioned by Ma'am Gina, we'll be working closely with PNU South Luzon for the development of some researches. So my contribution is to provide some additional ideas on how to conduct research. So today's presentation will revolve around a very brief review on qualitative research designs, because that's just one. That's just one of the possible approaches in doing GAD researches. I will also talk about turned digital versus born digital. This is as regards data gathering strategies. The types of data that we have today, meaning that the types of data that we can gather today within the context of the pandemic, when we are limited with our mobility, there are restrictions on our mobility, and some data gathering strategies that comes with the discussion of turned digital and born digital. But first, I'd like to know, how are you? Kamusta po kayo? It's I know we are missing the feel of doing or attending face-to-face seminars, the coffee on the side, the snacks on the side, the kwentuhan on the side whenever we attend workshops and seminars. So in as much as we would want to make it as close to what we or how we used to do it during face-to-face, we cannot, right? And I know that we are bombarded with a lot of work, okay? And doing it online is a little more stressful than usual. So I'd like to know, kamusta po kayo? I'd like to ask if you can share, and this is one. Well, it's voluntary to answer, of course. I'll just open my chat box. Okay. So I'd like to ask, how are you? And these are just 3 questions that I'd like to ask of you. What was the last thing you bought for yourself? Kasi buying things for yourself sometimes releases stress and sometimes satisfies your craving for something. Or what was the last thing that made you excited? And you may want to answer this one. What was the last thing that made you worried? Okay, so as a form of just a very quick icebreaker, set things relaxed. This afternoon, I'd like to ask these questions. What was the last thing you bought for yourself? Ano ba yung huli mong in-order for Lazada, from Lazada or Shopee? Or ano bang nakapagpa-excite sa'yo lately or nakapagpa-worry sa'yo lately? So, ma'am said she bought a jacket worth 50 pesos. Okay? Very bargain. Sa live selling ba ito, ma'am? May mga...
Sa ukay.
Sa ukay, yeah. That's nice. Buti si ma'am nakapag-ukay na. Yung iba sa live selling, bumibili. Magandang form of relaxation yan. Bought an origami kit because I need a hobby. Everyone who find themselves stressed and swamped with a lot of tasks, a lot of work, may need some me time, and a hobby is very useful. So si Ma'am Lovely ay bumili ng isang origami kit. Very challenging yan, Ma'am Lovely. Good luck po. Si Miss Hannah bought ice cream. Okay? Sa init ng panahon ngayon, I think ice cream is just the perfect dessert. Perfect afternoon snack. So sana lahat ay nakakapag-ice cream. Si Ma'am Ayona bought bag from H&M, okay, last Friday and had my ear piercing. Very satisfying, okay. Nakakaingit si Ma'am Ayona. I also thought of having another piercing last weekend because there was an event on body piercing, but I did not find the courage to have a second one. I have one piercing on my ear, but my second one siguro in the future. There. So for the others, I hope you are feeling okay today despite everything that we are experiencing right now. The threats, the risks that we are in, especially those that we do not have control of. I hope that you're managing these stressors well so that you can participate effectively and absorb what we will be discussing this afternoon. So I hope that everyone is in a good condition. I hope you're safe participating in this discussion. There. So again, we'll be talking about research design and data gathering. Allow me to proceed now to the formal discussion. So si Ma'am Gina, may binanggit siya kanina about approach. Okay? And when we use the term approach in research, napakaraming pwedeng ibig sabihin ng salitang approach. But in the context of our discussion for this particular session, we will talk about approach as a way of answering the question, okay, of how. Okay, how you would want to understand a certain phenomena, a certain event, a particular issue, a particular problem, a scenario, or a document, okay, or a series of events. So when we talk about approach, okay, in terms of research, and this is a basic terminology in research, then we are identifying whether we would want to understand a certain variable, a certain phenomena, either qualitatively or quantitatively. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think I've heard Ma'am Gina that her researches are more on the quantitative side. Ma'am Gina, please correct me if I'm wrong. So quantitative ang bias, quote unquote, ni Ma'am Gina when it comes to research approaches. On the contrary, my bias is on the qualitative side. Okay? Meaning I prefer understanding certain phenomena. I prefer observing situations, happenings around me by describing how it works, what's the issue, by looking at the processes, what are the different factors contributing to that particular phenomena, what is the meaning of a certain behavior, or what's the meaning of a certain action or a certain experience among individuals who were able to experience it. When we talk about method in research, then three possible answers can be given when people ask what's the method of your research. So kung ang approach, ang tinatanong niya ay how would you want to study a particular phenomena? Would you want to study it qualitatively or quantitatively or qualitatively? When it comes to methods, the question that it asks is, what is the purpose of your study? So you want to do it qualitatively, but for what purpose? Then you may answer that you are studying it to describe, either to describe, to explore, or to explain. These are the three very basic methods in research, meaning the purpose of doing research. So when you are planning in conducting a research, when you are reflecting about what you would want to do, you have to reflect as well on your method. Would you want to describe a certain phenomena? Would you like to describe the experiences of women in a certain setting, like women in an evacuation center, or children in a park? Okay? Or would you want to explore the history of the GAD policies within a particular institution, let's say PNU South Luzon or PNU Maine, or explore the history of GAD policies within the PNU system or within the Philippines? Or would you like to explain? Would you like to explain the possible relationship between some policies and the rate of success of members of that community? For example, you would like to look at the correlation between gender and development policies in PNU South Luzon and the, let's say, employment success of its graduates. Or you would want to look at GAD projects and initiatives of PNU South Luzon and the percentage of male and female leaders in PNU South Luzon. How many are female administrators? How many are male administrators? Is there a correlation between the two? And you would want to explain that correlation. So when you do research, it's common that your purpose can be attributed to these three. Either you want to describe it, you want to explore it, okay? Or you would want to explain. Okay? If you're doing qualitative research, then most of the time you are doing descriptive and exploratory research methods. If you're doing quantitative, then most of the time you're doing descriptive and explanatory methods, because if you want to explain it, it requires some sense of correlation and causal relationship between different variables. The third concept that we would want to give emphasis on this part is design. Okay? So approach how you would want to understand a certain phenomena. Method is the purpose of understanding that particular phenomena. By design, okay, when you choose your design, when you identify the design of your research, it should depend on your main focus, your main variable. Okay? In qualitative research, napakadami po ng posibleng designs, research designs. The last time I checked, there were around 28 qualitative research designs, basic qualitative research designs. But for the purpose of this discussion, we will be identifying 4 of the most commonly used qualitative research designs, especially for undergraduate research, institutional researches, and departmental researches. So the 4 commonly used research designs are narrative design, case study design, grounded theory, and phenomenology. Again, kapag pinag-uusapan po natin ang design, ang main consideration in identifying the design of your research is your main variable, the main focus. Okay? For example, we use narrative design if the focus of our research are stories. Narrative, stories. Okay? So hindi lang basta stories, but stories that we would want to lay down following a chronological order. Okay? So narrative designs focus on questions about the life experiences of an individual and how they unfold over time. Okay? So, for example, we are focusing on life stories of advocates of gender and development, or life stories of female philosophers, as mentioned by Ma'am Gina a while ago. So we can use a narrative research design to describe and explore the experience of certain individuals by laying down what they have experienced throughout their lives in a chronological order. Okay? So for example, Ma'am Gina mentioned Patricia Lecuanan a while ago. So let's say, for example, we're taking Patricia Lecuanan as a feminist. And so Patricia Lecuanan is a psychologist by profession, psychologist by profession, feminist by perspective. And we would want to look at the stories that Patricia Lecuanan has when it comes to pushing for gender and development as an advocacy. So let's say we look up to Patricia Lecuanan and we would want others to use her as a model. Right? So we're not idolizing Patricia Lecuanan, but we would just want to look at what she went through to be an advocate of gender and development, gender equality and development. So we can use narrative design to lay down the chronological order of her life stories. You may want to consider and take note as well that when we do narrative design, since we will dig deep into the experience of people's life experiences, the common number of participants for narrative designs is just 1 or 2 people. Okay? But just like what Ma'am Gina mentioned, that we need to elevate the perspective of doing research from the micro to the macro. We can use narrative design and talk about only two individuals, but include within the context the macro structure that they belong to and the macro structure that they had to go through and hurdle through to become who they are today. Okay? So just to stitch together what Ma'am Gina has discussed a while ago and what I am discussing right now. So narrative research design focuses on stories and focuses on narratives, on stories of people. And again, not just ordinary stories, but stories told in a chronological order. Now, a case study research design focuses karaniwan, ang common notion ng case study ay kapag nakafocus ka sa isang case lang, or nakafocus ka sa isang lugar lang, or nakafocus ka sa isang institution lang. That may be partially correct. But when we talk about case study, please take note that when we use case study, we are doing so because we are focusing on an issue, a problem. Okay? Diba? Kaya ka nga nagpupunta sa isang husgado. Okay? Kaya ka nagpupunta sa korte at nagsasampa ng kaso ay dahil mayroong issue, mayroong problema. At kaya mo idinudulog yung kaso sa isang husgado, sa isang korte ay para himay-himayin ang problema, okay? Suriing mabuti ang mga aspeto ng problema para ma-identify kung ano ang punot dulo at makarating sa punto ng pagresolba nung problema, nung kaso, nung issue. Okay? So, the next time that you use case study, keep in mind that you should use it if the focus, if the variable of your research is an issue or a problem. And you would want to dissect that issue, that problem with your research. Okay? Example, we're looking at, let's say, the number of GAD researches that PNU South Luzon is producing vis-a-vis what is expected of PNU South Luzon as an institution. And we are seeing that there is, example lang, and we are seeing that there is a very few researches being done on gender and development. And we see that as a problem. We see that as an issue. Therefore, we conduct a study on low gender and development research outputs of an educational institution. The case of PNU South Luzon. So, yung original notion natin na ang case study ay ginagawa lang kapag sa iisang institution, isang tao, that's partly true. Okay? Because we are focusing on the problem within the context of one institution. In this example, PNU South Luzon. Okay? But again, the more prominent reason why we are doing case studies because we are focusing on an issue, on a problem. At ini-specify natin yung sa isang institution lang because digging into the problem will provide you with so many data, okay? And so diverse of a data that it might be difficult to arrive at a generalization among all, let's say, higher educational institutions. Okay? So sinasabi natin na yung problema na yon ay sa context lang ng PNU South Luzon And the data that we are getting and the analysis that we will arrive at is applicable only to PNU South Luzon. Okay? That's case study. Narrative, stories. Case study, issues or problems. The third one is grounded theory. The focus of grounded theory are processes, right? Processes. So, for example, if we're looking at the experience of people of young kids, young girls who experienced violence at a young age at home, right? This is just an example. So we're looking at their experiences. Particularly, we're looking at the process of how they were able to cope up with their experiences when they were young. Okay? So we're looking at the process. Okay? This is no different from the stages of grieving. Okay? You have different stages. Okay? The stages of moving on. Okay? So we're talking about process. But in grounded theory, okay, so in our example of coping mechanism, coping or processes of coping strategies of young kids, young children who experienced violence at home. So we're looking at the different stages that they went through, okay, for them to be able to cope up with their past experiences. Now here, still, given that this is qualitative, at most, we can only arrive at moderate generalization. Meaning the analysis that we will be arriving at cannot be used, cannot be applied to all young girls who experienced violence at home. Magkakaiba ang coping mechanism. We can only reach up to a certain level of generalization, that what they call a moderate generalization. But doing grounded theory will allow us to explore and describe what our participants had to go through in their coping pace. If in narrative we're only looking at one or two participants, in case study we're looking just at one case, but we are to interview a lot of people in case study. In grounded theory, medyo mas madami-dami. Kaya nga, hindi advisable ang grounded theory for undergraduate research. Kasi it really takes time, because you really have to talk to and describe the experiences of a number of people, between 23 to 26 people. You have to reach a certain point of data saturation. So pag nag-interview ka ng pang 24th, 25th, 26th, at pare-pareho na yung sinasabi nila or yung ibinibigay nilang data sa iyo ay naibigay na nung unang 23 participants, then that's the time that you stop interviewing people. Okay? So grounded theory, again, this is one of the more common qualitative research designs. Okay? We're focused on processes. Now, the last one, I guess this is another example of a very, very common research design, which is phenomenology. For those who are used to research, karaniwan yung mababasa as a keyword, lived experiences. Yes, that may be true, but maybe a little correction on the assumption. Hindi correction pala. Alignment of what we think or what we thought of phenomenology. Phenomenology is not just a study of lived experiences. hindi lang ito pag-aaral ng karanasan ng mga tao. Okay? Lived phenomenology is focused on the meaning of these lived experiences. Magkaiba yon. Okay? Ang karaniwang notion natin sa phenomenology, pinag-aaralan natin yung experiences, yung lived experiences ng mga tao. But in actuality, phenomenology is focused on the meaning of these experiences. Okay? So halimbawa ako ay nakaranas ako ng violence nang ako ay bata pa. Okay? In phenomenology, hindi mo focus lang yung naging experience ko. Okay? In phenomenology, your focus as a researcher is what does that experience what does that experience mean to me? Okay? Anong ibig sabihin nun para sa akin? Ano ang pakahulugan ng experience na yon para sa akin? Hindi lang yung experience mismo. Okay? So that's a little realignment on what we know about phenomenology. So these are the more common research designs that we use in qualitative, and how we can use them in doing gender and development researches. Narrative, again, it's focused on stories. Case study, focused on an issue or a problem. Grounded theory is focused on processes. And phenomenology is focused on meaning of experiences. Now, let's go back to our previous slide. Approach, how to study a phenomena, qualitative, quantitative. Method, purpose of understanding a phenomena, descriptive, exploratory, explanatory. Design, okay, focuses on or identified through the focus of the research, whether it is focused on stories, issues, processes, or meaning of experiences. Now, the last one is on data. Okay? Now, there are different types of data. And identifying the data to gather will also depend on the focus. Right? So, for example, you're talking about researches on gender and development conducted in PNU South Luzon. So that's your focus. So kung gusto mo siyang pag-aralan, ano-anong data ang kailangan mong kolektahin? So kailangan mong mag-collect ng data about, excuse me. So kailangan mong mag-collect ng data about the number of researches conducted within a particular period about gender and development. Kailangan mo din ng data about the number of researchers in PNU South Luzon doing gender and development researches. Kailangan mo din ng data, documentary data, on policies about gender and development researches in PNU South Luzon. Kailangan mo din mag-analyze ng reports on fundings. Fundings provided by PNU South Luzon or fundings acquired by PNU South Luzon for purposes of doing gender and development research. Kailangan mo din ng interviews, narratives, coming from both the officers in charge of the GAD office and researches, doing GAD researches within PNU South Luzon. So ito yung mga data na kailangan mo only for one variable. Isang variable pa lang yung pinag-uusapan natin, gender and development researches. in PNU South Luzon. Ganong kadaming data na ang kailangan mo. Okay? Now, given that these are the data that you need, then you have to consider ways on how to gather these data. And that will be the second part of my discussion. And the remainder of the time allotted to me, I still have 23 minutes, will revolve around data and data gathering. Again, as mentioned a while ago, the context of this discussion of data gathering strategies are that, one, within gender and development, and two, within the context of the pandemic. Given that we are limited in terms of mobility, what we can do, that should not stop us from doing research. By the way, we have so many strategies to continue with our research, despite the fact that we are limited in terms of mobility and going out and data gathering. So what we will be talking about are different data gathering strategies which you may use, to gather data for gender and development researches. These are data gathering strategies that may perfectly fit the types of data that you need, sensitive data that you need for gender and development. These are also data gathering strategies that you can do while you're at home, doing online data gathering at the comfort of your own homes. So we have two types of data, distance or digital or turn digital data or turn digital data gathering strategy. And the second one is born digital data gathering strategy. So you see, qualitative e-research. Qualitative e-research is an umbrella term used to describe the so many methodological traditions for using information and communications technology in studying perceptions, behavior, experiences, verbal or visual representations, actions, or even writings. And you can do qualitative e-research in gathering so many types of data. Of course, depending on the type of data that you will need for your research. So we have two types of data again, turn digital and born digital data gathering strategies. Before we distinguish, we have to realize that now that we are doing research online, we have to consider the World Wide Web, our access to World Wide Web through the internet, either for purposes of recruiting participants. So gagamit ka ng internet, gagamit ka or i-explore mo ang World Wide Web through, let's say, social media to recruit participants for your research. It can also be utilized to gather data. So both recruiting participants and gathering data. Or it could also be the setting of and for the study. Yung setting for and of your study, mas i-explain natin yan later as we discuss the different data gathering strategies. So, considering these three, we go back to turn digital and born digital. So when we say turn digital data and turn digital data gathering strategies, these are the ways on how we do data gathering strategies before the pandemic, or the common data gathering strategies that we do face-to-face. But because of the pandemic and because of the restrictions on mobility, we have to move them into the digital platform. Kaya sa tinawag na turn digital. Okay? So dati hindi siya digital, but now because of the pandemic, we're doing it, we're turning it digital. Okay? So examples of turn digital data gathering strategies include electronic interviews, e-interviews, we'll talk about that, e-focus group discussions, and e-qualitative surveys. Okay? Ito yung karaniwan na natin ginagawa sa pag-conduct ng research, especially for gender and development. Okay? But we cannot do face-to-face interviews. We cannot gather people for focus group discussion. So we turn them digital. Okay? We'll explain how we can do it in a short while. Now, for born digital strategies and born digital data and born digital data gathering strategies mean that these are data that are already on the internet. They are already on the World Wide Web even before the pandemic, and even before all of these lockdowns. Meaning, you will use the internet, you will use information and communications technology to acquire data that are quote unquote naturally on the web, on the internet. Okay? So some examples of born digital data source may include netnography. This is a book authored by Robert Kozinets talking about netnography, okay? Doing ethnography research online. For those who are coming in the social sciences, particularly sociology and anthropology, 5 years, 10 years ago, you might think that, you might have thought that doing ethnography online is impossible. But now we can definitely do that. We can definitely do ethnography through online. Okay? So Michael Welsh, for example, is a very popular digital ethnographer talking about YouTube videos. Okay? So data sources include netnography, social media research, Twitter data, Facebook analytics, blogs, vlogs, podcasts, and other written or visual data that are naturally, again, quote unquote, found on the internet. That's born digital. Ibig sabihin, hindi mo as a researcher, hindi ikaw ang dahilan kung bakit siya nasa digital platform. It's already there. Okay? Unlike turn digital, yung data na makukuha mo from an interview is in a digital platform because you chose to conduct it digitally. You chose to turn the strategy from face-to-face to digital. Okay? Now, let's talk about the different types of data that we can gather online. Okay? So we have 3 types. We have extant, and this is from Janet Salmons. Okay? Extant data, elicited data, and enacted data. Okay? So extant studies extant studies that require extant data, okay? These are studies which uses existing materials developed without the researcher's influence. Okay? Ibig sabihin, nandun na siya. Okay? It's already on archives. Okay? So, digital archives, database, okay? Records, population statistics, migration records, crime records, secondary data analysis of publicly available records, books, researches on gender and development available in a library, or researches on gender and development available in a particular database. You can do a bibliographic research, or survey reports, surveys from other survey agencies like Pulse Asia and SWS, meaning extant studies use data that are already on the net, without the researcher influencing its development. Wala kang kinalaman as a researcher for the development of these data. Others have thought of collecting these data already in the past, and you are just taking advantage that it is publicly available. Can you use these data for gender and development researches? Definitely. Most definitely. Okay? So, yung nabanggit kanina ni Ma'am Gina on the status of the compliance of the Philippines to SGDs, particularly on gender equality. You can use data, you can use world data, you can use national data about our compliance on these policies, agreements, UN agreements, on the state of gender and development in the Philippines. You can definitely use extant data for that. Another type of data and data gathering strategies are what we call elicited data. So elicited studies are those studies using data which can be acquired from the participants in response to the researchers' questions. So yung elicitation, meron kang questions na ibibigay, meron kang prompts na ibibigay, at sasagot yung respondents mo. Either it is an interview, an FGD, a verbal, audio, video interview, one-on-one, or it could be a written interview. Okay? You send out the questionnaire, the interview questionnaire to your targeted participants, and they answer it by writing an email as a response to you, or writing their responses into the questionnaire that you provided and sending it back to you. Okay? So this is very common for turn digital data gathering strategies. Okay? The last one is enacted. Okay? Enacted studies are those using data generated with participants during the study. So ibig sabihin, yung data na igagather mo ay data na manggagaling sa participants habang nagpa-participate sila sa study mo. Okay? As in synchronously, okay? Well, it could be asynchronous as well, but they are doing it really as part of your study, okay? Besides the straightforward question and answer strategy. So it could be through production of vignettes or scenarios or problem-centered interviews, okay? Or simulations, role-playings, or dramatic activities. You can also consider art-based researches as examples of enacted researches, and even games, wherein participants play the game with you and together with other participants, but that is part of your data gathering strategy already. So this is enacted type of data gathering and type of data. Okay? So now let's talk about the different ways to gather elicited and enacted data. Okay? with 9 minutes left. I hope I'll be able to finish. Okay? So let's start first with turn digital. Ito yung mga dati na natin ginagawa during face-to-face, but we will transform it into a digital format, okay? A digital strategy. Okay? Okay. So the goal is to replicate a face-to-face data gathering strategy as much as possible. We want to do it in the same way as we would do it in a face-to-face setup. Okay? Para hindi naman mas, but maging as authentic siya as possible. Okay? As authentic as a face-to-face interview. So we can do video calling using Skype, using Zoom, using Facebook Messenger, using other forms of video conferencing application to conduct the interview. Right? Now, the problem, but this does not go without problems. Right? Problems with the use of technology and internet connection, especially here in the Philippines. We have to accept the fact that I think we're only close to half of the population having access to the internet, okay? And that half includes people who have multiple devices. So hindi pa talaga kalahati ng entire population ang may access sa internet. That's one fact, sad truth. The second is that our internet connection is not that reliable. Okay? It's not that reliable. I'm very lucky that my internet connection, I've been speaking for 53 minutes already at hindi pa siya bumibitaw. Okay? And third, mahal ang internet connection sa Pilipinas. Okay? Ang ideal is that we should not be spending more than 2% of the average monthly income in the country for the internet. The average monthly income in the Philippines is 45,000 pesos. 2% of that is 900 pesos. We should not be spending more than that for it to be ideal. Unfortunately, ang pinakamababang internet connection package sa Pilipinas ay I think 1,000 or 1,300. Okay? Or kung gusto mo ng medyo matino, dun ka sa 1,500. So we're spending more than 2%. Okay? So that's a problem if you want to do online one-on-one interviews. Also, it allows data gathering of, although one advantage is that it allows data gathering of people who are distanced from each other. Dati, kung gumagawa ka ng, let's say, master's degree thesis or dissertation thesis, doctorate thesis rather, or dissertation, you have to go to different places to conduct your interview. But now, because of it is turned digital, you don't have to have that problem anymore. Okay? But notwithstanding problems such as participants not being able to use the technology or having a poor Wi-Fi connection, video calling really is a very close substitute to in-person interviewing and can allow data collection from people coming from all over the place. You can even conduct interviews from people or with people coming from different countries. Here's one study, and I will share with you all the readings that I used to prepare for this lecture, because these are open access readings, so might as well share it with you. So this is an article by Jowett, Peel, and Shaw talking about online interviewing in psychology. Okay, reflections on the process. So this article is not about a particular phenomena, but the article is talking about the method itself. And this is a good reading if you want to do online interview. In online interview, you can do it synchronously or asynchronously, as mentioned a while ago. Okay, so synchronous or near synchronous, okay, by Voida et al. In 2004, online interviews involve both parties using the internet simultaneously to engage in a text-based real-time conversation using some forms of chat or instant messaging. It could be done through Messenger. It could be done through text messaging. The main advantage of online interviewing is its ability to overcome some of the barriers faced by conventional in-person interviews, such as geographical distance and time. Ibig sabihin, pwede kayo mag-exchange ng question and answer all throughout the day, kahit hindi sunod-sunod. Halimbawa, ako yung nag-interview, mag-post ako ng question, yung ini-interview ko ay nagkaklase pa. So, pwede siyang sumagot after his or her class. Okay? And then, nung sumagot siya, ako naman yung nagkaklase. So, pwede ako mag-follow-up question after my class. Okay? One problem with turn digital interview is that expressing emotions. The authenticity of an interview really helps in eliciting genuine information from the participants. And expressing emotion is really a problem in turn digital interviews. Okay? Also listening. Okay? Napakahirap. Importante na maiparating mo sa ini-interview mo, especially for sensitive research topics such as violence against women. Okay? Kailangan maipakita mo na as a researcher, you're not just there for the data, but also you are there because you are genuinely concerned about what's happening, about the situation, and about the violence. So to establish that feeling of and establishing that intent to listen may be a little difficult if you're doing online interviews. Here's another article, okay, talking about Skype as a tool for qualitative research interviews. Okay, so in this article, they mentioned that although Skype really provides a lot of benefits, we really have to consider etiquette as well in doing Skype interviews, because we have to consider the condition of the one that we are interviewing during the time of the interview, much like the same when we are doing it face-to-face. We can do one-on-one interviews via email. We can do asynchronous interviews via Viber or Messenger. We can also conduct focus group discussion, like a video call with 6 people or 7 people in a given call, or we can come up with a private closed group on Facebook where only the participants of the study are the members. Right? Therefore, we can have pseudo accounts, okay, alternative accounts of the participants joining that Facebook group to protect anonymity and secure privacy of our participants. You can also do online qualitative surveys. Still, this is a turn digital data gathering strategy. So another study used, so this one is focusing on a particular subject matter, and they used online qualitative survey. Okay? So the title of the paper is A Question of Equality and Choice, okay? Same-sex couples' attitudes towards civil partnership after the introduction of same-sex marriage. Again, this is an open access journal article. I can share this with you later on. I'll just send all the copies of the articles to the office, and then they can share it with you. So online surveys can also be used to collect qualitative data by asking respondents to type their responses to open-ended questions, much like a regular survey, but it requires extended answers, responses coming from the participants. Okay? I'm already 2 minutes over time, but please bear with me, give me 5 more minutes. Okay? Now let's go to Born Digital data gathering strategies, data and gathering procedures. So the first one that we can use is photo, video, and voice elicitation. A method, so photo, video, and voice elicitation is a method that involves asking research participants to use a camera or a voice recording application to take photos or make videos or voice memos, okay, about their everyday practices and interactions that they can then share with the researchers. So yung example kanina ni Ma'am Gina, mga nabanggit ni Ma'am Gina, like violence, harassment towards women on the streets. Okay. Photo, video, and voice elicitation is a good data gathering strategy to capture experiences of young women or girls of all ages, okay, to discreetly capture these experiences. And you as a researcher can analyze what's happening. You can analyze the power structure. You can analyze the responses of people who are around witnessing the situation, what they're actually doing towards, or what they are doing as a response to the violence that they are experiencing. Excuse me. So that's this is one way, a born digital. Okay. This is an elicited type of data, meaning you have given prompts, okay, to the participants. You have given instructions, okay, and the participants are responding through photo, video, or voice elicitation. So here's one research, that one paper that talked about using information and communications technology as a process of data gathering. So from field sites to field events, creating the field with information and communications technologies. Now, when you use born digital data gathering strategies, you can combine it with born digital strategies, meaning you can do photo, video, and voice elicitation and combine it with interviews, online interviews. Okay. Here's another paper titled Bates, written by Bates, McCann, Kay, and Taylor, okay, titled Beyond Words, a researcher's guide to using photo elicitation in psychology, okay, published in Qualitative Research in Psychology. Okay. So it says here that the use of photo elicitation is limited within the field of psychology despite its theoretical and practical potential. It offers significant benefits as a qualitative method that could present a new and interesting way of exploring previously understood topics within the discipline. So in photo, video, and voice elicitation, it might be good to consider both ethic and emic perspective, the outsider's point of view and the insider's point of view in terms of data gathering. So when you use photo, video, and voice elicitation, it is like you're seeing the experience from the perspective of the participant. It's as if you're seeing it from the insider's point of view. Okay. Now, another example of born digital data gathering strategy are diaries and journaling. Okay? So bago pa nauso ang vlogging, bago pa nagkaroon ng mga vloggers, ay mayroon ng mga bloggers. Okay? A blog, okay, B-L-O-G, came from the term web log, okay, a blog. So you can ask people to have online diaries, okay, meaning you elicit narratives from them, or you can actually take advantage of born digital data, meaning ang titignan mo na ay yung mga diaries, journals, blogs na readily available na sa internet. Meaning hahanap ka ng mga blogs that talks about the particular focus of your study. So you look at blogs of women who are advocates of God, or you look at blogs of women who are researchers of God, or you look at diaries online of women who have experienced violence before. It's already there. It's born digital. It can be a combined pen and paper and online, can be combined with interviews and other methods. It could be structured by time or by event, meaning sasabihan nyo sila, okay, please make an entry every end of the day or every start of the day, or make an entry every time that there is a situation. Okay? So here is a study. Here is a study titled Rhythms of Moving in and Between Digital Media, a study on video diaries of young people with physical disability. So ito hindi siya written. Okay? It's a video diary. So para siyang vlog, but it's not for public consumption, but only for the consumption of the researcher. Okay? It's a video diary. So in this research, the researchers said that they asked the participants to produce video diaries of their internet use as a route to comprehending those aspects of experience that are very often sensory, unspoken, tacit, and invisible. So if you're talking about a very sensitive material, especially if you're doing research on violence against women and children, you can do video diaries so that you can see even the facial expression, verbal cues, body language coming from the participants. Okay. Here's another study titled I'm really embarrassed that you're going to read this. Again, some people are embarrassed to let others read their diaries. Okay. So reflections on using diaries in qualitative research. Okay. This particular paper suggests that we keep diaries on a manageable time frame of 2 weeks, because if it goes beyond 2 weeks, sometimes our participants reach a response fatigue. Okay? The third type of born digital is first-person perspective technology. First-person perspective technology. So these are just like body cameras body cameras that can capture both audio and video. Okay? So using a small wearable camera such as GoPro or action camera can be a way of doing walk-alongs or ride-alongs. Okay? Because the difference between the photo video elicitation is that they use the technology when they are gathering or capturing a response. But in first-person perspective technology, the technology, the gadget is open all throughout. Okay? And it's as if you are there with the participants, witnessing everything that is happening. Okay? So hindi yung participant yung namimili kung anong ipapakita niya sa'yo, just like in photo, video, and voice elicitation, but you are seeing everything. Okay? as if you are in the shoes of the participants. That is first person perspective technology. So this journal talks about, so the title is Going Forward Through the World, Thinking Theoretically About First Person Perspective Digital Ethnography. Okay? So that's another way to do it. A third, this is the fourth, and I like this one, cultural or mobile probes. This one is very useful for policies, processes that different offices are trying to implement. Okay, so cultural or mobile probes, okay, these are approach from design research involving developing kits of materials that are left with the researchers or the research participants to complete in their own time. So there's a website that talks about designing cultural probes. Okay, and here's an example of cultural probe kit. So yung researcher, i-prepare nyo ito. So you have your instructions, you have the data gathering techniques or data gathering tools. Okay, apologies for the background noise, but I'm sure you're used to background noises by this time already, given that we are in online education for almost 2 years already. So you have data capturing tools like a camera, a small notebook, some instructions, a small token that they have to open once the data gathering is done, other materials that they need. So cultural probes or mobile probes, others use a mobile application in doing mobile probes. So we did this. We did this personally. I used cultural probes in a research before, but what I used are mental maps. So I asked freshman students to do a mental map about bullying. So the instructions are there. Examples are given to the students. Examples of bullying. So because of this, we're able to come up with a study on a characterization of bullying in Colegio San Juan del Clan. That's where I used to work before as director for student affairs and college dean. So we left the cultural probe kit and instruction for the students to finish. Another strategy is story completion. The method involves the use of a story. So ito ay maganda, especially kung very sensitive na yung topic na pinag-uusapan. The method involves the use of a story stem in which a fictional character is introduced and you allow the participants to finish the story. You allow the participants to finish the story so that you can analyze where they are coming from. You can analyze their own perception of the story. So here's another article that uses that same method. Story completion, another article. I'll just pass through the others. So digital methods, qualitative analysis, a mixture of both qualitative and quantitative. So here is an example of our own study using quantitative data for qualitative analysis. So we are using Google's COVID-19 Community Mobility Report to compare the data on September 2020 about mobility of people in retail and recreation areas, grocery, park, transit, and mobility workplace. So compared to January of 2020, there's negative 52%, negative 60, negative 67, negative 49 in September 2020. Ganun kalaki yung difference because of lockdowns. in October 2021, nagbago na yung data niyan. Nagbago na yung numbers. In October 2021, nagbago ulit yan. So we're using archived reports that are available on the internet to use it for qualitative analysis. So we look at the movement of young people within the pandemic. YouTube videos, you can also use YouTube videos to gather data. Let's say, for example, violence caught on camera. Okay, you can do digital ethnography using YouTube videos. Okay? Here's another article talking about YouTube videos. Podcasts. Okay, there are so many podcasts now about women empowerment. So you can do gender and development research focusing on the topics talked about in podcasts, who are being invited in podcasts, the reach of podcasts, and what are the consequences and effects of podcasts talking about gender and equality and the like. Okay? And the last one are live streaming applications. You can also use live streaming applications. For example, gaming. Kaya hindi ko alam kung gaano kadami ang nanonood ng game streaming sa inyo. Okay? But you can use this as a data source, for example, with the use of words in gaming, in game streaming. Okay? Do they use words that are derogatory? Are there harassments occurring within the gaming community, and are they manifested in live streaming? So pwede nyong gamitin data source even yung mga live streaming applications, yung mga Facebook Live. Halimbawa, yung mga nagla-live selling. Sino ang karaniwan nagla-live selling? Nothing wrong about it, but based on observation, ang karaniwan nakikita ko nagla-live selling ay mga kababaihan. Okay? So you can also do research about violence against women when viewers make derogatory comments about the way the live sellers look, the way they dress, or you can do a research about the way they dress. Is this something intentional? Is this something that they intentionally do to capture audience? Does this go counterproductive to gender and development efforts? Do they contribute to the empowerment of women? Yes, so you can do a lot of research even on data available on the internet. Okay? Ito yung maganda sa sociology. Nakikita ninyo yung unique or nakikita ninyo yung not so ordinary sa mga ordinary things, ordinaryong bagay. Okay? So, maisip mo ba naman na gawa ng research yung live selling on gender and development? So, pwede yung gawin yon as a type of research. So all of these strategies, you can definitely use them to gather data for gender and development researches, okay, especially to dig deeper into experiences of violence and harassment towards women and young kids and children. Okay? So that's the end of my presentation. I'm really sorry that I had to go over time, but I hope you were able to pick some bits and pieces of information, cues on how to gather data, on how to conduct research, on especially for data that are sensitive. Of course, ethics in doing research and gathering data is a totally different discussion, which I highly suggest you also go through in connection to this discussion. But this is an exciting time in conducting research because data is already there. Data is already available. And we just have to be very creative in looking at the possible sources of our data for the different researches that we would want to do. Again, thank you, PNU South Luzon. Thank you, Pathways. And thank you, everyone, for lending me your ears and allowing me to share with you my thoughts about data gathering and research. Good afternoon to everyone.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ignacio. Ano po, napakaraming naming natutunan today. Napakaraming areas ng qualitative research at ng quanti research. Ano po. But before we proceed to the third speaker, let us first watch this intermission number.
I apologize na nag-hang yung aking computer for a while. Sir Josh, pwedeng mag-ano ka?
Hello, ma'am. Yes po.
I think Ma'am Hannah will proceed na lang to the third speaker. Hindi kasi ma-play niya.
Sige po.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you po. Our next speaker, Ma'am Brenda, may I...
Okay po. Yeah.
Our third speaker is a new member of the faculty of the Philippine Normal University South Luzon, where she teaches literature, English, and professional education courses, and where she serves as member of the editorial board of the local journal. She obtained Doctor of Arts in Language and Literature and Master of Arts in Language and Literature degrees from the University of Eastern Philippines, University Town, Northern Samar, and Bachelor in Secondary Education, major in Religious Education, and minor in English Literature from Siena College, Quezon City. Her research interests are women in literature, classic literature, and writing error analysis. Ladies and gentlemen, our third speaker, Dr. Maria Sheila M. Simat.
Good afternoon. I pre-recorded my lecture because I am always experiencing difficulty in my internet connection. And Ma'am Brenda or Sir Josh will help me in playing my video.
Sure, Doc. Sige po.
The time given to me is 30 minutes and the video is exactly 30 minutes. While they are preparing the video, a little background about this. This is my master's thesis. Okay, I'll stop now.
This is my study on the women in the Iliad. The rapid growth of media technology and its novelty and attraction seemed to have left literature uninteresting to students. As the researcher observed in her classes, literature is tedious for most of today's students due to the literary pieces' language, socio-cultural loads, and the difficulty in dealing with a second language medium. In her classes, epics, which are lengthy, dismissed as outdated and irrelevant to the present times, seem to be least read by the students as reflected in their oral and written performances. The challenge is for the literature teachers to enrich their teaching repertoire so that they can present the grandeur and universality of literature more effectively. Through utilizing various literary approaches like feminism, literature teachers can lift their subject matters beyond the factual and conceptual levels and raise it to the social issue and social value levels to make a difference in the lives of the students. Literature teachers can use various approaches in teaching literature, and they can explore this to reinforce interest, spontaneity, and depth. Feminist literary criticism or feminism is one of these approaches. This study confronted this matter by utilizing feminist literary criticism to exemplify a literary approach in teaching an epic, particularly the Iliad. Specifically, this study sought to analyze the women in the Iliad. The statement of the problem centered on listing of the woman characters, looking at each other's roles, and analyzing the existence of trivialization, marginalization, and stereotyping of the women based on Kate Millett's viewpoint and how Homer presented the women in this particular text. Kate Millett, a renowned feminism advocate, wrote Sexual Politics in 1969. In this document, she expressed disgust in the brutal and exploitative portrayal of female characters in literature. This study tried to confront this matter utilizing Homer's writing vis-a-vis Millett's theory that women have been made to be non-significant others in male-authored texts. In Sexual Politics, Millett analyzed the works of D.H. Lawrence, Henry Miller, Norman Mailer, Jean Genet, and Freud, and she criticized them for sexism. The methodology of the study. Using the qualitative research method of textual analysis, this study aimed to provide a list and description of the women in the Iliad and an analysis to find out if they are trivialized, marginalized, and stereotyped. This research design was grounded on Boom and Sire's character analysis using the three basic elements to reveal a character. First, concrete details. Second, action and conflict. And third, speech and thought. And on Kate Millett's theory that asserts the existence of trivialization, marginalization, and stereotyping in all male-authored texts. According to Hume and Sire, in literature, Intimate contact with the text is the basis from which sounds analysis proceeds. Thus, the present study utilized textual analysis. They advocated the basic techniques to build and reveal a character, and those are analyzing the concrete details, action and conflict, and speech and thoughts of a particular character. These were taken as a guide on how to answer the problem of the present study. Furthermore, this study is hinged upon some theorists' caution that in characterization through textual analysis, careful description of characters must be taken from faithful reference to the text under study. According to Beaumont-Sire, 1970, a character in literature has life only as the text of the work gives him or her life. What is not in the text cannot be data for analysis. Descriptions must only be drawn from the text. To be more systematic, steps to be followed were designed. A set of guide questions was also formulated to serve as indicators of trivialization, marginalization, and stereotyping in the text. These are the 8 steps followed. These are the indicators of trivialization. Are the woman characters trivialized based on the worth assigned to them in the text, as may be indicated by their being sex objects, mistresses or concubines, slaves or servants, gifts, giveaways or prizes, decorations, and the like? And these are the indicators of marginalization. Are the woman characters marginalized based on the status or position assigned to them in the text, as may be indicated by their being adorers to primary figures, followers to leaders, servants to masters, victims to victors, sinners against the righteous, fearful of the strong ones, directed by decision makers, static in potentials amidst the dynamism of others, reasons for others' downfall, burdens to happy ones, incomplete side by side the complete or fulfilled ones, and the like. These are the indicators of stereotyping. Are the woman characters stereotyped based on the following roles or functions assigned to them in the text, as fulfilling the society's expectation of them being virtuous, religious, passive, caring, selfless, dutiful, domesticated, and chaste, as mothers, wives, daughters, sweethearts, elder women, and the like, and being represented as or identified with body parts such as eyes, ears, skin, and the like. The results and discussion of the study. The female characters. This study was able to identify 33 female individuals and groups from the divine and human planes. They can be categorized into major and minor in the divine and human planes. Based on the textual analysis conducted, the major characters, otherwise known as main characters, had more than 3 appearances in the text and had more than 100 lines in Fitzgerald's English translation of the Iliad. The minor characters, or otherwise known as subordinate characters, had less than 3 appearances and had a maximum of 100 lines in the actual text. On the basis of textual analysis, included in the complete list of woman characters in the divine plane are Hera, Athena, Aphrodite, Thetis, and Iris being the major characters. Dione, Artemis, the Nereids, Grace, Hebe, Leto, Themis, and Tritogenia are the minor characters. In Greek mythology, these divine beings are the royal family of Zeus, and they are all powerful, gigantic, fearless, and immortal gods and goddesses. In the human plane, Helen, Hekabe, and Andromache are the major characters, while the minor characters are these many characters enumerated here. The characters in the human plane are the mortal women and men who are clearly bound by time, and in this study, they are either Trojans or Achaeans. This study found that the female characters may be servants, wives, or messengers, and yet it is required of them to be possessed with wisdom, nurturing genius, inner strength, or skill to play their part. Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite have a hand in the mainstream of the action, but all the rest remained behind the limelight of the war. Knox in 1996 also stated the same analysis, as he asserted that the women are only secondary figures in the Iliad. Instances of trivialization, marginalization, and stereotyping were traced in the text and cited. Traces of trivialization were found in the text. There exists in this epic the debasing of female personalities, as they were presented to be of little importance, worth, or value. The women were treated as ordinary objects such as being sex objects, mistresses or concubines, slaves or servants, giveaways or prizes, and decorations to the lives of men. Except for Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite, all the rest played behind the limelight in the course of the Iliad's main action. Helen was a plaything of fate and sex object to Paris. In one instance, Aphrodite forced her to go to bed with Paris against her will while the war was fought for her own sake. A fatal situation was going on. Chryseis and Briseis and Hecamede played as war prizes and concubines. Briseis was even affirmed in the text by Achilles himself as his sex object that he himself captured. Her being dear to him was associated only with her beauty and her service to him in bed. Hecamede, as a war prize and silent in the text, stayed in Nestor's tent to serve him and his guests. A number of them were taken as slaves or servants, such as these women listed here, just to name a few. Given to men as gifts, giveaways, or prizes to appease or reward other men are these women listed here. One of Achilles' slave women who was described as girl, adept at gentle handicraft, was given to the winners among the charioteers. Another Achilles' slave woman was even appraised to have a value of 4 oxen, hence given to a loser of the boxing game. The woman served as inspiration behind men, but appeased like animals. On instances of marginalization, the women were downgraded in terms of positions or functions held in the text. The women were repressed and oppressed, being made inferior. They were relegated to the periphery of adored, delighted, elevated, glorified, bolstered, and obeyed men. There exist also in this epic many instances of marginalization. Thetis and Briseis were made to mourn poignantly at Patroclus's death, thus giving a hint about the women's incompleteness and insecurity from the loss of their men. In the same manner, Hekabe, Andromache, Helen, Cassandra, and the rest of the Trojan women, nurses, and maids were fashioned throughout the epic as pathetic figures. Andromache's personality in the epic heightens the depiction of a tragic and fragmented figure made totally orphaned by war. Along with them are women also whom Homer used in his plot as mourners side by side those pathetic women. Some are to be pitied as victims, such as Helen, who was a plaything of fate through Aphrodite, and Artemis, who was also made a victim of smashing by Hera. Some are relegated as adorers to primary figures, such as Helen and Athena, Thetis, and Hekabe. Some of them were hated as naggers and passive, such as Hera. Briseis was made to be a key figure for Achilles' pride that later resulted to his wrath. This has elevated Achilles' significance in the war. Helen was made to be the root cause for Troy's downfall and a victim of her own fate. She was described as a woman who makes the blood run cold and a burden against the city's might and splendor. Hector's strength and valor were put in the pedestal side by side Helen's weakness and helplessness. Helen is a plaything to Paris and a victim of her own fate. Instances of stereotyping. There is an absence of transcending of roles and status of life among the woman characters. The stereotyping of women in the traditional roles of selfless, dutiful, and caring mothers, wives, and sisters, and daughters is reflected in the text. Indeed, there is scarcity of women dynamism. Helen, Grace, Hera, Hikabe, and Andromache are wives. Hera, Thetis, Dione, Themis, Leto, Hikabe, Andromache, and Lady Theano were found to be mothers who never have dared to rise above their biological functions towards their children. Athena, Iris, Hebe, Cassandra, and Laodice are daughters. Laodice and Cassandra remained as supportive sisters. In the text, there is no emphasis on women of vocation, women of industry, women of work, and women who are capable of creating their own worlds. Instead, the text of the Iliad confined the women within the worlds of needlecraft and housecraft. They were portrayed as limited in sphere of influence and merely acted upon. Moreover, the women were represented as body parts within the narrative, as expressed in the descriptions and epithets assigned to them in the text. Their respective identities were found on the external, on what were visible to them, and not on what is essential, and that is the inner worth and essence of persons. Their physical appearance was used as conventional standards of beauty and as a mockery sometimes. Table 1 presents the female characters and the respective body parts attributed to them. So this is table 1. And this is continuation of table 1, presenting the female characters and the respective body parts attributed to them. The epithets of being white or silvery feet, skin, face, and body, and having particular appearances of the eyes, hair, and waist are indications of a woman's beauty according to the standard of the ancient Greeks. As reflected in these epithets that are devoted to some of the female characters, the text of the Iliad projects sexist language that are limiting, enslaving, and symbols of destruction. This jibes with the statement of Ferguson in 1981 on the existence of sexist and seductive image of women in myth and literature. A final look at the women. This study on the Iliad has an array of characters that are acting, feeling, thinking, and conversing personalities similar to the vivid characterization found in other studies. Millet's claim was used in the study of Castro to analyze how the women are represented as embodied in the texts of 10 Filipino novels written in English by 10 different Filipino male authors from 1921 to 1991. The author came up with 3 findings. Firstly, a positive image of the women in the novels of Maximo Calao, Edilberto Tiempo, and Paulino Lim. They were seen as pro-feminist. On the other hand, the female characters were seen to be lustful, weird, masochistic, and passive in the novels of Zoilo Galang, Nick Joaquin, Bienvenido Santos, Emigdio Alvarez Enriquez, and F. Shonil Jose. They projected negative representation of the woman characters in their texts. However, a balanced view of the images of women was seen in the novels of N.V.M. Gonzalez and Stephen Haveliana. Their female characters were allowed to some degree a moral freedom that is enjoyed by many female characters in the texts authored by men. While Millet's claim was disproved in this study of Castro in 1997, the present study on Homer's Iliad proved it. This research found that the woman characters were oppressed, repressed, and made inferior to men in terms of worth, status, and functions. Conclusions. Based on the findings of this study, it can be concluded that the obtained listing of 33 individuals and groups and their respective descriptions, actions and speeches and thoughts revealed that most of them did not play a dominant part in the Iliad, but their presence as acting, feeling, and conversing individuals and groups has colored the plot of the epic. Therefore, almost all of them did not play a significant part in the main action of the Iliad. It can be implied that in this epic, they are insignificant personalities, yet their roles have a great impact in the unfolding of the story. Based on their action, speech, thoughts, and descriptions about the women and the designed indicators, instances of trivialization, marginalization, and stereotyping were found and cited. They were treated as ordinary objects, such as being sex objects, mistresses or concubines, slaves or servants, gifts or prizes, and decorations in the lives of men, and therefore they are trivialized. They were put in the periphery of adored, delighted, elevated, glorified, and obeyed men. Amidst glorious and dominant men, they were pitied. They were to be pitied as victims and orphans, hated as naggers and passive, used as adorers and mourners and the like, and therefore they are marginalized. They were confined within the stereotypical images, embracing the traditional roles of selfless, dutiful, chaste, and caring mothers, wives, sisters, and daughters, and their beauty was also conventionally measured through their physical attributes, and therefore they are stereotyped. Therefore, the claim of Millet was proved in this study. As an implication, the women's assertiveness of their womanhood, potentials, energies, and geniuses does not mean inverting the exploiter to the exploited, nor aiming superiority over men. Rather, it means aiming for mutual respect, for equality and dignity. For further studies, it is recommended that to reveal the truths in women's lives, it is suggested that more writings and feminist studies utilizing literature should be conducted with prime emphasis on male-female collaboration and mutual respect, and on women as symbols of development, race consciousness, and free-spirited individuals who do not have to remain weakling, passive, and submissive, but assertive of their womanhood and active in using their potentials, energies, and geniuses. These are my references.
And I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Simat. It is a very interesting research. Ano po, very traditional ang kanilang practices. Before we go on, let us have first picture taking. We encourage everyone to open their cameras for photo opportunity.
Okay po. One. May mag-open pa po ba ng camera? Okay. Ayan. Wait lang natin. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Another one. 1, 2, 3. Okay po. Thank you. Ay, wait. Sorry. Dalawang slide pala po. I'm sorry. Okay. For the second panel. 1, 2, 3. Keep smiling po. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Ito na po. Thank you.
We are down to the last speaker for today. Let me introduce her. Our fourth speaker is a graduating student of Philippine Normal University South Luzon under the program Bachelor in Technology and Livelihood Education, major in Agri-Fishery Arts. She is currently the president of the Lady Educators Club of PNU South Luzon. Her current research interests include, but is not limited to, agriculture, fisheries, and gender and development. She was the study leader of a completed GAD-related research entitled Unfolding Women's Role in an Informal and Small-Scale Fishing Community in the Philippines. Please welcome to discuss on the topic GAD Research Inspirations from PNU South Luzon. Let us give a round of applause for Miss Joy Tricia May P. Corpuz.
Last year, we had the opportunity to conduct a study on female fisherfolk's role and contribution in the fishing industry of Perez Quezon through the subject technology research. We previously wanted to explore the traditional knowledge of the locals in terms of years and technology, but we ended up scooping the gender element of the paper and then completely jump over afterwards. Our paper is entitled Women on Board, Exploring Women's Role in the Fishing Industry of Perez Quezon. Our main objective is to capture the almost invisible work of women in the industry that's been traditionally labeled masculine for centuries. Unlike in agriculture, where female labor is more recognized and widely documented, the fishing industry often restricts women within the borders of post-harvest sector, which includes harvesting, handling, storing, processing, packaging, transporting, and marketing activities, creating stereotypes and gender division of labor. Also, we want to stress the need to increase women's visibility in literature and sexist aggregated data and local and national level. Even the 2019 Philippine Fisheries Profile released by BIFAR had no gender split statistics. And even though international organizations such as Food and Agriculture Organization is already presenting gender split statistics in their reports, it is still limited to the primary sector, and considering the bigger number of women in pre- and post-harvest sector as well as subsistence fisheries, we are still missing a lot. So let me share the most notable realizations/observations we had during the conduct of the study. One, there really is lacking in terms of sexist aggregated data in the fishing sector, because historically they had been recording numbers of fisher folks in a gender blind approach. Even to this day, countries still fail to report numbers in gender split statistics, thereby straining efforts to improve gender equality and mainstreaming. In the Philippines, however, we did get gender split statistics from our municipal agriculture office, but because of fisherfolk's reluctance to get registered, the number or the figures are nowhere near the actual number of people involved in the sector. Secondly, the fishing industry remains male-dominated slash masculine sector for many people. During the data gathering process, we were constantly asked by people, mangingisda, ay bakit mga babae ang tinatanong nyo? The term mangingisda or magdadagat, though is gender neutral in nature, seems to have a deep masculine attachment, almost like a masculine generic, though it is not. Especially when we're talking about commercial or large-scale fishing, the ones that sail offshore, you'd have to be a masculine woman or someone who identifies as male or someone who has close relations to men, say wife or sibling of a fisherman on board to be included. In the post-harvest sector and subsistence level, on the other hand, women are more accepted and recognized that it is even tagged by many writings or literature as women's domain. Thirdly, people or the respondents in general have different perception of what is a fisher folk. Well, technically speaking, fisher folk according to RA 8550 or the Philippine Fisheries Code of 1998 are people who are directly, personally, and physically engaged in taking and or culturing and processing fishery and or aquatic resources. Now, most of the respondents equate fishing to commercial fishing and joining vessels that sail offshore to catch high-value fishery products. Thus, most respondents do not consider themselves as a fisherfolk. Most of them do not directly associate themselves to the term, but identify themselves as either assistants of their husbands in fishing or katulong ng asawa, gleaners, manlalakaya sa hibasan, seller of their husband's catch, maglalako ng huli ng asawa, or sargassum gatherers or magkukulapo. And this could have arose from the traditional social construct that often tag women with supportive roles to fishers, identify pre- and post-fishing activities as part of women's household duties, and the intermittent pattern of participation of many female fisherfolks. Nonetheless, this impacts their visibility and representation in the industry. Lastly, we've come to recognize that women have multiple roles within the reproductive and productive spheres. Majority of our respondents are married women, and aside from their household duties and fishing activities, they are also active in business, planting, copra making, and other part-time or regular jobs. Thus, despite their many unpaid labor, we should recognize women's significant role in food security and the national economy. What I gained after this research is more than just a new research interest. I get to learn how lack of gender information or statistics affect women's access to resources and opportunities, their empowerment, and how it allow gender-blind policies and programs that often marginalize women to be implemented. Now, what we can do to help is in improving their visibility and representation in the different sectors is through conducting research. So let me end this with Dr. Kleber, one of the well-known researchers on women and fisheries statement. When we collect data on men, we miss half of the story. So if we want to make informed decisions about fisheries, we need to find ways to count all the people involved. Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. I am Tricia Corpuz from 4BT Last year, we had the opportunity to conduct a study on female fisher folks' role and contribution in the fishing industry of Perez Quezon through the subject technology research. We previously wanted to explore the traditional knowledge of the locals in terms of fishing gears and technology, but we ended up scooping the gender element of the paper and then completely jump over afterwards. Our paper is entitled Women on Board, Exploring Women's Role in the Fishing Industry of Perez Quezon. Our main objective is to capture the almost invisible work of women in the industry that's been traditionally labeled masculine.
Sir Joshua. Naulit siya. Okay, we'll proceed directly with the open forum. Time check, it's 3 minutes to 5, but we have 4 speakers, and I know that they have given us they have shared very heavy messages to us. So it's time for us to clarify anything. If you have some clarifications regarding the first speaker, second speaker, and the third and fourth one, and we'll begin to ask questions. You may raise your hand, or you may and open your camera to raise your question yourself. Sino po ang mauunang mag-question? Anyone? Reminding everyone that if you're interested to conduct God-related research, you may do so. You may do it as a group or individual. And the submission of the topic or title and the problems will be next week. I will be giving a link for the Google Drive where you will submit this topic and the problems. And we will be having our write-ups maybe January. Our schedule for these 2 write-ups will be on January. So you have all the time to develop your topic, God-related researches. And as was mentioned a while ago, there will be hopefully the guidelines for the funding for God-related researches will come out early next year. Okay, so it's also posted in the chat box, the link for those who are interested for Filipino philosophy of education special issue. If you wanted to submit your research for that issue of the journal Philosophy of Education, you may submit it to this link posted in the chat box. Okay, so wala na po talagang question. Kung wala na po tayong, yes, Sir Reynald, you're raising your hand. You are smiling.
Yes, ma'am. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. It's a long afternoon and we had 4 great speakers from the faculty and 1 from student. Personally, I'd like to thank them for sharing those kind of information. I just wish they could share to us also their presentation, anything that can be shared. I think the GAD office has made a great effort this afternoon to put together great minds. And as a faculty, I'm also learning. As a researcher, I'm also very much interested to pursue those kind of topic in the future. And as a research faculty in the campus, I'm also inspired to integrate this GAD component, the GAD element in our research agenda along with the university agenda. It's not more of a question, but praise and commendation, a personal appreciation to the people who made this possible, and of course to the GAD office. Thank you so much. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat.
Okay, sir. Thank you, Sir Reynald, for that feedback and for and to the speakers, to the 4 great speakers, thank you so much for sharing your knowledge to us this afternoon. So we'll proceed with, if there are no questions, I think we can ask questions during these write-ups, or you can personally communicate with our speakers if you have clarifications later on. So let me share my screen for the awarding of the certificate. Okay. So first, certificate of recognition is awarded to Dr. Louie Benedict R. Ignacio for sharing his expertise as resources speaker during the kickoff program on the 18-day campaign to end VAWC with the topic Research Design and Data Collection Essentials, given this first day of December 2021, signed by our Executive Director and Provost. And then the same content of certificate is awarded to Gina A. Opiniano, Dr. Gina A. Opiniano, for sharing her expertise as resource speaker during the kickoff program on the 18-day campaign to end VAWC with the topic Research-Driven GAD Programs, given this first day of December 2021, signed by our Executive Director and Provost, Dr. Leia Amor Cortez. And also, certificate of recognition is awarded to Dr. Maria Sheila M. Simat for sharing an inspirational message on the conduct of gender and development research during the kickoff program on the 18-day campaign to end VAWC, given this first day of December 2021. And lastly, the certificate of recognition is awarded to Ms. Joy Tricia P. Corpuz for sharing an inspirational message on the conduct of gender and development research during the kickoff program on the 18-day campaign to end VAWC, given this first day of December 2021, signed by our Executive Director and Provost, Dr. Leia Amor S. Cortez. Okay, so once again, thank you very much for the students who attended this webinar. Also, those who attended the YouTube live, thank you. And to all faculty members, to all admin staff who participated this kickoff program for the 18-day campaign to end VAWC. Thank you so much. So also, lastly, there are activities organized by the students who are in 3 contests. The contests are photo. Ayun, nandito si Joy? Pwedeng i-announce mo, Joy? Anybody from the Lady Educators Club? Parang photo essay, photography, and then a song, original composition, and then yung last ay another contest related to VAWC. So we encourage everyone to participate on these different contests. So once again, thank you. May announcement po ba or may gustong anything, any feedback, anybody, any announcement? So salamat lahat sa mga na-share. At parang nakaka-amaze yung mga nangyari ngayon. So thank you so much. Okay, so that ends our kick-off program. And for students, we will have the GAD or discussion on GAD codes on December 15. Okay, so that's it. Thank you so much. You may now leave the Zoom room. God bless everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Ma'am Bren. Congrats.
Thank you so much.
Congrats po sa